What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, May 10th, 2025, and we are standing at the Kaagbaan runway 06. Now one of two runways today in use for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the east to southeast, actually. But it is also the first day of 4, if not more, long months of the closure of the Buitenvelderbaan. Runway 0927, as of 11 p.m. yesterday evening, now closed for business. Means that the other runways will be used more often. On a day like today, the Kaagbaan and the Aalsmeerbaan, which was closed until yesterday, now reopened, are being used for arrivals. And Polderbaan and the center runway are being used for outbound traffic to the north. A very good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. Maria, goedenavond. En goedemorgen. Clementia. Jin, good evening mate. Sebastian, reageerder. Dutch aviation guy. Thibaut. Ari, Eddie, Doekman, Elwa, Jay, Leo, Timsit, good morning one and all. Marco, goedemorgen. Mario, goedemorgen. Hans, good morning. Redison Guy, good morning. Lala Pilot, good morning. Good to see you again, Olaf. It is a beautiful day. It's KVK. We saw SAS flight 2551 land just now. The first airplane was an A320neo arriving from Copenhagen, and this is BA flight 429, an A319 arriving from London Heathrow. The first widebody is also turning in. There it is. And the bugs are everywhere over here, although they do stay at a respectable distance from yours truly. Turkish Airlines flight 1951 with the gear already down, turning in over the Kagerplassen, the lakes, after which the runway they are landing on is called. Angelina, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. André, goedemorgen. David, goedemorgen. Wolfgang, Servus mate, good to see you again. The Turk is coming, but first the Brits. BA flight 432 arriving from London Heathrow. Jupo. "43 minutes on the way. 24 years old. First flight July 2000. It is a beautiful day over here. The sun is shining. Hardly any clouds in the sky. Just a few cirrus veils here and there. There's a Contrail in the sky. Air Icarus. A lot of people over here already. Bart is also over here. And a few others as well. Kevin. And more viewers behind them. The sun is shining, it is t-shirt weather. And here we have our first wide body of the show. This is Turkish Airlines, flight 1951, arriving from Istanbul. 2 hours and 52 minutes on the way. That is a nominal flight duration. Usually Istanbul, Amsterdam, about 3 hours or so. It's an A330-300. This particular airplane is already 11 years old. First flight was in January 2014. Oh Gamer, good morning. Ad, goedemorgen. PVD, goedemorgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Eddie, goedemorgen. En Ari, goedemorgen. Ari is celebrating a year of membership. Ari, another member, gone green. Whoop whoop, 12 months and still happy in the lounge. I'm very happy to hear that, Ari. Thank you so much for your support all throughout the last year as a member, and before that already as a frequent visitor. Happy to hear that everything is still to your liking in the lounge. If something is running low in supplies or if something is no longer to your liking, hit me up. That goes for all members, of course. Another member gone green. Greenpeace will be happy, and so too am I. Thank you for the support, Adi. Hadi Bart, goedemorgen. Graham, good morning. Optimal weather to be viewing from this angle. The sun is shining from behind. No clouds obscuring our view. Ready? I'm standing here in my t-shirt, having applied sunscreen, of course. Gratje, goedemorgen. Roadhog back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Blackburst, goedemorgen. And O-Gamer is wondering if he and his dad and grandpa can visit some good spots here at Schiphol Airport. Safe bet is always Polderbaan, particularly on days like today. You will also find that there are toilets for those who need them. There are usually 2 trucks over there on sunny days, particularly in this time of year, where you can get some food and drinks and ice cream. Safest bet would be the Polderbaan. Now, as of 11 p.m. yesterday, the runway in front of the McDonald's is closed for major maintenance. So I think the McDonald's Spottersplatz is only going to be interesting on days where they are going to use the Aalsmeerbaan for departures, so to the south. Basically the opposite of what they're doing today. Otherwise, they will land in the south, and it is a bit hard to see. Although there is also a Spottersplatz on the south side of the Aalsmeerbaan. Well, it's not an official Spottersplatz, but Google does show, if you look, Spottersplatz Aalsmeerbaan. I think if you Google it on Google Maps, you actually go to that location. The downside of the Aalsmeerbaan is that it is always a secondary runway, and it is used for an hour and then no longer, and then open for an hour. So this is another SAS A320neo, flight 821, arriving from Oslo, and after this we are going to see a Qatar 777 freighter arriving from Miami. Good morning, Dukman. No vodka needed to stay warm. Indeed. We need gin and tonics to stay cool and hydrated. Qatar, coming this way, arriving from Miami. Miami, happy to leave that clammy part of the United States. It is 8 hours and 16 minutes on the way now. Flight 8160. Registration Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Whiskey. It is a 4-year-old airplane, first flight July 2020. Hey, there's Alert, good morning. And Wolfgang says, by the way, good work on the wrong runway emoji. Thank you. Yeah, it was about time. My chat window on my phone always is black, and I always was struggling to see anything. Lisa often used dark mode, and she too noticed that it was hard to see the emoji, and it looked like some kind of spider when the background was white. Now it is much better visible that it is actually a runway. Qatar flight 8160 arriving from Miami. Going overboard on 400 times digital zoom. That's a bit overkill. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Mick, good morning. Bryn, good morning. So, the thumbnail already gave away what we can expect later today. It is a quiet day when it comes to quad squad arrivals. Nothing is arriving from the west. We only have the A380 expected 1:15, so going to the wrong runway, unfortunately. And only after 2 o'clock will there be a 747 arriving from the east, from Almaty, if I recall correctly. Luckily though, the Orange Pride is coming, arriving from Africa, if I remember correctly. Should be arriving later in the morning. Hey there, reticent wife, good morning, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Triples usually park on the south side of the cargo apron, so I'm expecting this airplane to take a right-hand turn at the end of the runway. And we're in for a long distance headshot as a consequence of it. Top of the morning to Bob, and to Klaas, and to Ron. Annie G, good morning. Dutchy Plane Spotter, good morning. Indeed, Paul, siren in the background, I heard it as well. I think it was an ambulance or something on the highway, the A4 highway. And Wolfgang says, you know what is funny? The first time I had it, small in the phone chat, I saw Marilyn Monroe on the fan grid. Not exactly sure what you mean by that, mate. But it's always nice to see Marilyn Monroe wherever she is. Quite a few birds in the water already. We are seeing... Is that a moran? Or is that a coot? No, that's a coot. That is another coot. Let me go over to autofocus so that you can see it more crisply. I think there's Daisy Duck. Yeah, that's Daisy, all right. More coots over there. No, wait, that's the grebe. The grebe is swimming above the water. I didn't recognize it swimming above the water line. Is it alone or are there other grebes in the vicinity? Don't see any. Don't see any. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for arrivals today. With the reopened Aalsmeerbaan, runway 36 right as secondary runway. It's also the first full day that the Buitenvelderbaan is going to be closed for a long time to come. That's runway 0927. That runs in front of the McDonald's. Max 8737 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Ryanair flight 420. Goedemorgen Ad, Marcel, Wes, Lutz, good morning. That is Gary Grebe saying hi to all the viewers. Also very good morning to Lauwe. Lauwe van der Heijden, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Lauwe, thank you so much for your generosity. Good morning, and thank you for your extreme kindness. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Laura if you are one of the 5 recipients of his gifted memberships. Don't forget, you have 32 custom emojis at your disposal for a month now. And you also can still vote for your favorite candidates in the poll. The 2 polls, the election for which will be the eventual 30-second custom emoji. Laura, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your generosity and welcome to the Skylines new members. Here we have KLM flight 672 arriving from Montreal in Canada. 6 hours and 47 minutes on the way. It is an A330-200. Registration PHAOB FWAB. And FWAB is 19 years old. First flight July 2005. Wheelie time! Captain Wheelie! Bam! There you go. That was lovely to see. Also a very good morning to Dave A010 and thank you so much for your super chat there, mate. Good morning to you too, mate. Hope you've been well. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Justin, goedemorgen. Tim said probably also good morning. Not sure if I already said hi to you. Yvonne, Anton, good morning. Mieke, goedemorgen. Sebastian, goedemorgen. RL, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. It's a beautiful day here. Hardly any wind. Wind on scale flag currently looks like this. And the grasses over here, only a slight movement in them. 2 airplanes on the glide slope, EasyJet A320neo arriving from Gatwick in the foreground, and on the left we have KLM flight 1570 arriving from Porto in Portugal. Sjoerd, goedemorgen. Abby, good morning. Abby is tuning in from the United States. Presumably, where in the States are you from? We've got viewers from all over the world. Something I'm very proud of. Jimmy, good morning. Malam, good morning. Marianne, goedemorgen. Tommy with TH, good morning, goedemorgen. Seal the deal, good morning. Peachtree City in Georgia. So it is still late night for you then, presumably? Or are you up really early already? That's what, a 6-hour time difference? So it's what, 3:49 a.m. now? Rosie Groovy tuning in from Seattle, where it is a bit earlier. Late night still. Probably. Hey Barak, goedemorgen. Paul H, good morning, goedemorgen. Manzi is tuning in from Canada. Canada, also not a very small country. Where exactly from Canada are you from again? It's always nice to see where everybody is from. So, this is EasyJet flight 28674, an A320neo arriving from London Gatwick, 44 minutes on the way. The OELSW. First flight February 2024. Still only a year old, this airplane. So it's quiet on the cargo apron. Not a lot of airplanes on the south side and no airplanes on the northern side. Adrie, goedemorgen. Bram, goedemorgen. Kitchener in Ontario, Monzi says. And the ETA of the Orange Pride is 10:11, Sebastian says. So shouldn't be too long then before we will be able to see it. That's 20 minutes from now. Hadi Siegfried, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 1570, arriving from Porto in Portugal. 2 hours and 6 minutes on the way. PHBCK, the PH back is back. 6 years old, first flight April 2019. Hey there, Eversteria. Happy new AMS Duck Day. Well, so far we've only seen Daisy and she swam out of view. Only Chris Coot right now over there. Gary Grebe, Gary Grebe and his mate are there. Daisy Duck has been sighted, but oh, no wait, there's Daisy Duck and there are ducklings. Awesome, that's how many? 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 little ducklings. Effing A. Stretchy, stretchy. And no, go back to the left. We want to see you guys. That's mean. They do that on purpose. They know that we are watching. Morning Jay, morning Daniel, morning Dick. Patrick, guten Morgen. Rob, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Normal Aviator, goedemorgen. Right. Next airplane to arrive here is going to be Air Canada. In the meantime, Russell has taken to higher ground. He's now seated over there on his throne, overlooking the populace. Yeah. Here is Air Canada. Flight 900. Bank robber look. Gear is still down, up. Coming this way, arriving from Montreal. It's a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner. 6 hours and 7 minutes on their way. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight was in October 2014. Is there going to be... Yeah, action. Here we go. Gear is extending. The light is on. Here she is coming. W, goedemorgen, good morning. W says KLM 747 cargo, estimated time of departure 10:15 to Dubai via 36 Center. Should be able to see it then from over here. Matt, goedemorgen. Alameen, good morning. Dutch Kiwi, good morning. Good morning DB Baseman. Klaas, goedemorgen. Account number 2 from Klaas. Oh Gamer, good morning. Laura asks where I live. in the same location where Keukenhof is situated. The same village. Hadi Bram, goedemorgen. Right, let me quickly take a sip of vodka. Just to stay hydrated. Proost! Je moet me nog steeds even vertellen hoe ik nou dat rotsaal of zo? Roodkloof. I need to hear that better. Grandpa is deaf. Huh? I'm asking Bart to tell me how to pronounce that city in Poland properly. Since he has a Polish girlfriend, he should know. Right, we have a Canadian bank robber here to take our money. Ryan also back in the chat, goedemorgen. PNS de Jong, goedemorgen. Koet is audible. I think he is over there. And only one duckling was visible just now, but they're hiding on the right side of the canal. And impossible for me to see unless I am taking the camera off the tripod, which I'm not going to do. Bit of a hassle. Dennis, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Hey, Captain Jerry also back in the chat. Good morning, Jerome. Captain Jerry coming in with a super chat and says, my Dixie wrecked today thinking of Aer Lingus. Shouldn't think of Aer Lingus too often, mate. That's not good for you. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Hope you've been well otherwise. Indeed, the weather is good here in the Netherlands, Dutch Kiwi. It is KVK. And we are expecting a Chinese triple, which is flying downwind. Right there. So, looks like we are pretty soon going to have the first cargo airplane on the north side of the apron. The birds are chirping. Spring is in the air. And so too is Croatia Airlines Flight 450 for the time being. It's going to land here in a few moments. It's an A220-300. Flight time 1 hour and 35 minutes. It's coming in from Zagreb, of course. This A220 9 Alpha Charlie Alpha Echo is brand new according to Flight Radar. That means that it is less than a year old. First flight was in July 2024. What a looker. Gear turbofan whistle, which you will also hear if an E2 Embraer 195 passes by. They'll sound almost exactly the same. Good morning, Helsinki spotting. Ron, goedemorgen, good morning. Jillard, goedemorgen. Mark Brown, good morning, goedemorgen. Great skies indeed. Oliver, good morning. Matthias, good morning. Two airplane glide slope shot. On the right, KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle, 737-800. United on the left. That's United flight 968, arriving from San Francisco. That's a 777-200. And more are coming. Orange Pride is now flying over The Hague. Well, Scheveningen, to be more precise. Looks like it is going to be 3 consecutive 777s. The Chinese triple is turning in to become number 2 after the United. Question is, can I see it? I'm looking over the camera, a bit further to the left, but failing to see it. Another thing I'm failing in. New wheat. Oh no, that's the. I think that's the 4th airplane. I think that is. This is the Orange Pride. Yeah, it looks orangey. That's airplane number 4. In between, we are going to see the Chinese triple at some point. We ought to be able to see it from over here then, you'd think. No, wait, it's lower. Can we already see it? The buildings are in the way, I think. Damn it. We'll see it soon enough though. Rest assured. So 3 triples after this 737. Sweetie, good morning. Ruben, good morning. Ruben asks, do you recommend Flight Radar Pro? Well, depends on what you want to do with it. Me, I'm using I have a silver subscription, which allows me to also see the airplane's age. For my goals and purposes, that is enough. Indeed, Ron, a lot of mosquitoes. However, they are hovering above me and aren't attacking me. That's the silver lining. But yeah, if you look the day before yesterday, last time I was here, they are pretty abundant here. So, here we have the 3 triples in one shot. Top right is United Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. That's a 777-200 Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai in the middle, moving up. 3rd airplane on the far left is the Orange Pride. Check it out. Think I might make this my thumbnail. Let's see if I can take a photo with my camera. See if that is higher quality than just a screenshot. So 3 777s in a row. What a sight to behold. Now folks, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and if you are enjoying this stream. It's a free way to help promote the channel's content to new viewers who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who might also be interested to join our awesome community just like you have at some point. United Flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. 9 hours and 40 minutes on the way. Listen to the difference. Take notice of the sounds. The 777-200 that passed by just now sounds different than a freighter or a 300 does. In the meantime, a long distance headshot, KLM 747 has been pushed back there. The slats are already extended, so they're already starting the engines and probably are also doing the controls check. Destined to leave from 36 center in a few minutes, so Bram asks, when was the last time I flew? Well, since I didn't go skiing this year, I think it was last year, February 2024, to Innsbruck and back during my last ski trip. Kermit the Frog is also back. Anyway, I'm digressing. Now listen to the difference in sound of the 777 freighter that is going to pass by in a few moments. China Southern Cargo, 11 hours and 9 minutes on the way from Shanghai in China. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight March 2020. It's the whistle, the whir. You'll hear the same sound when the Orange Pride lands next. The freighters and the 300s have the same engines. The 200 long ranges make the same sound. Hey there QJ, good morning. Jaboil Nard, goedemorgen. Queenie over there, and PHBVA Orange Pride is next to arrive. Let's turn around. It's KLM flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg in South Africa. 10 hours and 38 minutes on the way. It's 777-300. First flight was in January 2008. It's just as old as Chucky the Dupree, and that makes it now 17 years old. Beautiful. And that's the wake turbulence, the vortices, making a very typical sound. In the meantime, while the Orange Pride is vacating the runway, we have a long distance headshot of Queenie. Queenie over there, coming this way. Hey zakkers, goedemorgen. Milanovic, good morning, goedemorgen. Sheila, good morning. Welcome back. I am well for one. Hope you are too. Mustn't wait too long because next we are going to see Delta Airlines flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City, A330neo. Let's have a quick look. Delta Airlines flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City, 9 hours 22 minutes on the way. It's an A330neo, the November 429 Delta X-Ray. First flight was in July last year. Already we saw the Chinese triple freighter coming this way on the left of the runway, left hand side of the runway. Is Queenie going to traverse the runway right now already, or will she have to wait until the next airplane has landed? There is an A319 from EasyJet underway, but yeah, Queenie is going. It's the PHCKB. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope you've been well. Bear with me, also back. Good morning. Z9 Cubing, good morning. And welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here at runway 06, the Kaagbaan, primary runway for arrivals. KLM Cargo 747 is getting itself out of here. It's making haste to go away. Chinese triple freighter that we saw land a couple of minutes ago is now arriving on the scene here. First airplane to park on the north side of the cargo apron. And we have an EasyJet A319 arriving from Newcastle, passing by here in the meantime. And KLM Cargo in the background will be leaving from the center runway. We're in line with the center runway. In fact, we can also see airplanes that are traversing around the southern threshold to the Polderbaan somewhat decently from over here. The runway itself, 36 Center, is right behind the trees between the building and the advertising mast. And here is the first airplane on the north side of the cargo apron. Juniper, good morning, or I should say Juniper. Any A350 coming up? Delta, I'm not too sure about. I thought I saw the Corendon underway. Should be arriving later in the morning. Nina, good morning. Thomas, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Gravely, Luves, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's an A330-300, 8 hours and 9 minutes underway. It's the November 818 November Whiskey. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight July 2007. Hadi Henk, goedemorgen. The Rush, good morning. Abhishek, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Happy weekend to you all. Buttery, as those A330s almost always are. Bit use of the reversers as well. Vlekkie and Flapje. That sounds like cats' names. Vlekkie and Flapje. Or a cat and a bunny, a rabbit. Goedemorgen Clementia. And good morning to all others. Casper, goedemorgen. And also a warm welcome to Kevin. Kevin Dinny just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Hope you will like it in there. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you around. Hadi Lorenzo, goedemorgen. Adriaan, guten Morgen. Welcome one and all. Pedro, bom dia. Pedro is tuning in from Portugal. KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin next. And after that another widebody, a 777-300ER. Which is already visible over there. That's KLM flight 598 arriving from Cape Town. First up, KLM flight 1772 arriving from Berlin. That's roughly an hour's flying away, and this flight thus far has lasted 58 minutes, so that's a nominal flight duration. Registration Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Lima. A 15-year-old specimen. First flight was in January 2010. Ah, Vlekkie and Flapje are the names of the rabbits. There you go. Nicholas, good morning. Janko, goedemorgen. Daniel T asks, where can we see the used baans later in the day? There is a website for it. That is Bezoek Bus. Let me see if I can quickly show you. Maybe also do an update of the weather. So, update of the weather. Let's see. Temperature has climbed. Wind direction not significantly different. More or less headwind for the airplanes landing here. 4 knots of wind. Cavalcade still. Not much to write home about. For those of you who are used to Fahrenheit, this is roughly 62 degrees Fahrenheit. Bezoek Bus is the website that you can find the expected runway use. If you go to the home page and go to the left, you can click on this. It says runway use this morning and the afternoon. And here the estimated use of the runways for the upcoming hours will be published. It is in Dutch. Google Translate does work quite well with translating Dutch to English. While we are here, let's also have a look at what we can expect. The AC Milan special livery Emirates A380 is underway. Now an ETA of 122, so that is not good news. That's the first quad squad member coming this way. Now, in the meantime, we have KLM 5598 coming in from Cape Town South. It is a 777-300 Paul also in the chat. Lise also in de chat, goedemorgen. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Wesley, goedemorgen. So yeah, the KLM 747 already took off. Where did I see it? Still vaguely visible. There it is. It's the shade of blue that makes it recognizable as KLM. Her Majesty the Queen. Daarom next, 737-700 arriving from Bucharest. And before it gets really close by, let me also quickly update the ticker with the meter that I copied but didn't get a chance to paste in the ticker yet. Here we go. Always have to adjust the font color and size. Click, 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 click. And there we go. Daarom in a special livery. Alright, alright. Daarom in a special livery. It is the Happy 70 Years livery. And that is a retro-y look by the looks of it. Looks good. I think we saw this one before once or twice over the years, but it isn't a very regular occurrence that we see it here. 24-year-old airplane, first flight April 2001. And look at that cute snoot. Boop the snoot. Oh, what a cutie. Daarom. Transport Aerial Romanian, something like that. What a cute little airplane with the snoot. In the meantime, a police helicopter passing by here, left of me. So yeah, welcome to the show. If you join us only later, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is a beautiful sunny day over here at Schiphol Airport. The wind is blowing more or less from the direction the runway heading is lying in. Over here we have a coot and a grebe in water next to one another, and they're not fighting yet. Evasive maneuvers by the grebe, diving under. The coot over here. In the meantime, BA A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Beautiful day to be doing some contrail spotting as well. The sun is over there and we have a contrail over there. There's a quad member coming this way. The quad engine contrail coming this way. Is that an A380? Or is it an A340? Hard to see. It is coming this way. That is the course from Frankfurt to the United States usually, if I recall correctly. It is, yeah, southeast to northwest. That's its trajectory. There we go, back to manual focus. Lance Planes and more, also back in the chat. Good morning. Felix, good morning. Family Gozens, goedemorgen, good morning. C5 Galaxy, is that the quad engine control coming this way? A C5 Galaxy? Awesome. Here we have an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Lickety Split in Croatia. Interestingly, for the first time, not very loud with its whistle. It usually sounds like you are hearing an 8220 pass by. So that would be a C5 Galaxy. Let's see if we can see more details now that it has gotten closer to us and further away from where the sun is in our sky. Oh yeah. Yeah. More clearly visible now. Still, it is going to get even better the further it moves away from the sun. Once it is past us and the sun is behind us and the airplane, we should get to see most of the contrast. The other spotters are also aiming their cameras up now. That was a KLM Embraer landing here. Wow, what a machine. Passing by just a little south, what is it? West of me? Not too far away. Hence the level of detail we can see. Kermit the Frog also approves. Luckily it's not very windy, allowing me to follow the airplane quite well. In the meantime, here on ground level, business is continuing with United Flight 946. That is a 767-300 arrival from Washington. 7 hours and 6 minutes underway. 33 years old already. March 1992, month of the first flight. I was still 2 years in elementary school before going to middle school back then. Maybe just had begun to learn English. 7 hours and 7 minutes underway. Old school sounds here. The November 647 Uniform Alpha. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined, including Willem, aka Matos Corpo, who came in with a bang, a very generous super chat there. Good morning, boy and crew. Thanks for being here and have a great show and sunny weekend to all. Stay sane and keep smiling. It's just a ride. Best wishes, Willem. Willem, thank you so much for the kind words, for the support, and of course a very sunny and happy weekend to you and yours as well. Dirkie, goedemorgen. Lance also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. Beautiful day to be spotting here at Schiphol Airport. Runway 06 is where we are standing next to. There are contrails in the sky. It is KVK. Little bit of a breeze. And another Dreamliner to come in from New York. JFK, KLM flight 644. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner. And after that we are going to see a CRJ. By the looks of it. This is KLM flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK. Now there's flex in the wings. Watch the spoilers go up. Watch the deflex. Bam. Those wings drop. Not sure how much the wing tips drop, but it is a sizable fall. Howdy Nick, goedemorgen. Boreas, goedemorgen. And good morning to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're standing here at the Kaagbaan, the primary runway for arrivals here today. It's also the first day of the long-term closure of the Buitenvelderbaan, runway 0927, which will also be closed during the NATO top next month. Is Michael in the chat already? His favorite airplane coming in, well, together with the Queen. Coming in from Munich, Lufthansa flight 2302. It's a CRJ 900 long range, 1 hour and 11 minutes underway from Munich. 14 years old, first flight December 2010. And what else is in the pipeline? That's a 4 airplane glide slope shot, ladies and gentlemen. With the CRJ in the top right. KLM 737-900 arriving from Helsinki, bloody Helsinki. Air Canada Dreamliner as third airplane, that's the big chonker. And after that, now flying over Wassenaar and still pretty far away, is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Basel. Visibility top notch today, both on ground level and upwards. And Jerome says that the Dreamliner's wingtips drop 16 feet, so that divided by 3 is about 5 meters and a bit. That's a sizable drop. Brum asks the age of the CRJ. Let me look that up again. 14 years. First flight was in December 2010. Fritz, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. PB477, goedemorgen, good morning. You're welcome, Bram. This is KLM flight 1248, arriving from bloody Helsinki in Finland. It's a 737-900, 2 hours and a minute underway. The PHBXR, Bravo X-Ray Romeo, 23 years old, first flight September 2001. So, in the same month of 9/11, this airplane began to fly. If you put it like that, it is already airborne and flying for a long time. Still remember that day quite well. Most who are my age or older do. But if you think about what you did in your life between that moment and now, and to consider that this airplane is airborne all that time, or well, not airborne, flying, of course, as a professional airplane, that's a big difference. Is that a grebe and a grebeling? No. It is a grebe who has caught a... Yeah, it's a crayfish, isn't it? Or... Yeah, that's a crayfish. It's called a crayfish. Is it for himself or herself, or is it for the grebeling that we aren't seeing? Protein. Sashimi. Yeah. More bank robbers. Canadian bank robbers flight 808 arriving from Toronto. Give me all your money. Bam, that's 5 meters of wingtip drop. Howdy Peter, goedemorgen. Razor 013 says catch of the day. Yeah, absolutely it is. Chris Coot is looking in envy. What? Here I am eating vegetarian, all these fibers, and you're eating all that rich meat. How dare you? Ah, Marissa has to go again. But she will be there longer tomorrow. Well, if I'm not catching another cold, I should be out for a stream tomorrow as well, Marissa. Hope to see you then. Thanks for stopping by and enjoy the rest of your day. BVRT asks, damn, what camera are you using? I'm using a Canon XA60. And that is a camcorder. This is EasyJet, flight 27864, an A320neo arriving from Basel. Boss hell, where we drop off obnoxious bosses. And I say A320neo, but it is an Oreo. Oreo. Kablamo. Welcome to the Netherlands. So, in the meantime, only one airplane that we can see being unloaded. Toronto Southern Cargo, the 777 that we saw land here earlier. It is 10:34 now, that means in 25 minutes from now the other runway 36 right is also going to open up for arrivals. Until then, this runway is going to be the only runway for inbound traffic. Then from 11:40 until 1 p.m. approximately, the same is going to happen again. Just to pull the Kaagbaan open for arrivals. We have our first banana on the glide slope. It's now flying over the Kagerplassen. Third to arrive after an Embraer 190 and an A320neo. KLM flight 1930 is already coming. An Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva. Now number 2 on the left. DHL A300-600 arriving from Madrid. And on a Saturday there's usually 2 coming in. I'm also expecting one from London Luton later, which we should be able to see in the stream if all is well. KM Malta flight 394 arriving from Malta on the right. Indeed, Maria, liking the stream is a cool free way of helping AMS Live, and subscribing is even better. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to help promote the channel to people like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of AMS Live yet, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do that. This is KM Malta, flight 394, an A320neo, left from Malta 2 hours and 57 minutes ago. The 9H Neb. Hadi Thea, goedemorgen. Good morning, Kathy. And good morning, Leroy. Welcome to the show. If you joined us only just now, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing here at the Kaagbaan, runway 06, primary runway for arrivals today. DHL A300-600 arriving from Madrid, next to arrive here. 1 hour and 50 minutes on the way from Madrid to Amsterdam. This is another oldie, 32 years old. First flight was in December 1992. Ladies and gentlemen, what were you doing back then? I was still in elementary school for 2 more years, and I think I had just begun learning English in that year. Stranger also back in the chat. What is up, mate? DHL will park on the south side. In other words, at the end of the runway, it's going to make a right-hand turn. We should be able to see it in a long-distance headshot. Now, speaking of those, looks like a 767 from LATAM Cargo, question mark, has been pushed back. .767 has been pushed back. And TUI is arriving, a TUI Dreamliner arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Flight 393. 9 hours and 7 minutes on the way. Registration Papa Hotel, Tango, Foxtrot, Juliet. The airplane 10 years old, first flight January 2015. Flappy, flappy. Particularly that way, left wing was flapping a little bit. Ooh! Gary Grebe, what are you doing? Interesting to see what Gary Grebe was doing there. Here in the water. Now above the waterline, only briefly. The hunt for Red October. And Thea says, my son is arriving from Cartagena with the 787 Dreamliner KLM flight 741 in 11 minutes. Can you make a close-up, please? I will do my best, Thea. No problem. It should be landing here, so that shouldn't be a problem. Now, as the DHL banana is arriving, we can see that the 767 is going to taxi pretty soon. And in the meantime, I think because we crossed 300 likes, Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Mate, you really didn't have to do that, but thank you so much for your generosity once again. Jerry Donnelly gifting 5 memberships. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you just now will say thank you for it. Don't forget to use the custom emojis if you are a member. Whether you are a new member or old, don't forget them. Don't forget to vote for the polls. Your favorite 30-second custom emoji. The second round polls still run until Tuesday. The 2 winners will fight it out in the final 3rd round battle. Jerome, Jerry, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines new members. The lads are leaving. Going to the takeoffs at Polderbaan. Enjoy, guys. Have a nice day. Bart and Kevin are leaving. They're going to the Polderbaan for departures. We're staying right put where we are over here. Good morning, Himalaya. Good morning, flight. Harman, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. Bevroren patat, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. We have a KLM 737-700 arriving from Copenhagen right now, coming this way. And also an ITA is coming. Now flying past Leiden and 3rd to arrive if all is well. In the meantime, the 767 is getting awfully close. Looks like it is going to traverse the runway at some point. When exactly that will happen, I don't know yet. You could probably hear the engines as well. Yeah, that's the all-white 767. Ah, it's already going. That's the LATAM cargo all-white. Hadi Marco, goedemorgen. Leroy asks, have you seen photos of the Transavia Retro Neo with Transavia Holland livery? I have. It's going to be beautiful. Wish they would make more of those. And also hint to KLM, anybody working for KLM, higher up in the hierarchy, higher up in the organization. Hint. Also a good idea for your A321neos and A350s that might come. Retro livery, hint. Hey there, Raj, good morning. Whistling airplane, KLM flight 1230. Not an E2 whistle, but a different type of whistle. Embraer 175 arriving from Göteborg. And next up should be ITA. Oh, it's even 2 back-to-back ITAs. Loving that. Lovely. That is sweet. There's the glide slope. Here we go. 2 ITAs back-to-back. In the foreground we have a Bombardier C-Series 100, ITA Airways Flight 120 arriving from Milan, and ITA Airways Flight 108 arriving from Rome behind it. That second airplane is an A321neo. Hadi Joke, goedemorgen. Hans Zwanenburg, goedemorgen. OL van de List, goedemorgen, good morning. Alan, good morning mate. Welcome back, hope all is well. James, good evening. James is tuning in from Australia. Melbourne, good evening mate. Hope you've had a good day. Captain Eddie Bos is also back in the chat, good evening and welcome back. Fred W. Aviation is tuning in from Belgium. Hello there, Zuiderbuur. ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan is first to arrive over here. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes. It's an A220-100 or Bombardier C Series as they were originally invented. Then Airbus said, hey, we like these airplanes. We want to buy you guys. They said, all right, let's do that. And now they're Airbuses, even though they spawned live as Bombardiers. They spawned as Bombardiers, right? Let me think, is that the proper use of the word? Anyway, you guys know what I mean, but I might not have said it in proper English. December 2024 is when this airplane first began to fly. So it's really new. I like that there are intricate details on the tail and on the backside of the fuselage. That when the sun is shining on it, you can see, but if it is cloudy, it's hard to see. Runway, good morning. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are over here at Runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Spawned works, James says. It's synonymous with born. Yeah. So it didn't spawn live, it just spawned. As soon as I uttered it, I thought, that doesn't sound right. I probably made an error there. Correction for that is more vodka. Vodka is always the answer, more vodka. This is ITA Airways flight 108. A321neo arriving from Rome. 1 hour 57 minutes on the way. Rome, of course, a bit further to the south than Milan is. Also a brand new airplane, meaning less than a year old. It is a bit older than the A220 that we saw just now. First flight of this was in June last year. Here those intricate details are a bit harder to see. And Joke, you read that correctly. As of 11 p.m. yesterday evening, Buitenvelderbaan, aka Runway 0927, for a long time closed due to major maintenance. This is the same maintenance as will also be taking place during the NATO top next month. I thought they said 4 months or so that the runway is going to be closed, so yeah, Maria confirming until the end of September. Flight radar tells me that KLM flight 1850 is now on the glide slope to 18 right, and that means it's almost 11. For 40 minutes, converging arrivals are going to commence. KLM Embraer 190 and an EasyJet A320 now over here. This is KLM flight 980 arriving from London City. German Airways, DAG MP. DAG MP. Meanwhile, Chris Coot over here doing morning cardio. Looking for something to nibble on. Something green and fibrous, probably. Deloire, good morning mate. Tuning in all the way from Saudi Arabia. Martino, good morning. And indeed, Danny, tomorrow it is Mother's Day here in the Netherlands. I think in a lot of countries, actually. Alright, so we have an EasyJet A320 over here on the right, coming in from Faro in Portugal. E2 Embraer 195, behind it, KLM. Third airplane is over there, and that's the 787-10, the one that is piloted by Thea Son. get a good close-up for her. You want me to try to film the cockpit? See if you can look into it. Right, it is international, right? Atli says International Mother's Day. Yeah. So, think probably in most of the countries that celebrate Mother's Day, it will be Mother's Day tomorrow. E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1918 arriving from Zurich, 1 hour and 2 minutes on the way. PH NXF. Hey, yes please. I've got you, Thea. I'll do my best. The airplane is 3 years old, this E2 Embraer. First flight October 2021. Captain Jerry has also been called a mother. I think what they called you was a bit longer, but the person calling you mother probably swallowed the latter part of what they were trying to say. Alrighty. Next up, KLM flight 741. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, and that's right next to... You're goddamn right. This is the PHBKK Bravo Kilo Kilo. Kilos coming in from Colombia. Who would have thought? 4-year-old airplane. First flight December 2020. And Kix Guy is tuning in from Japan. Konnichiwa. Kix Guy. So probably from Osaka. Right, let's see if we can see Thea's son. We should be in the cockpit somewhere. The glass is so tinted, I didn't see anything. Hard to see the first officer. Maybe you guys did see something. Mother trucker, yeah, that's it, Jerry. That must be it. Right, in the meantime, Converging arrivals. 36 right is now also open. Unfortunately, the buildings of the logistics companies are blocking the view a little bit. A lot. Now, let's see. Next airplane to come in is Air France flight 1444. And this is another Bombardier C series. This is a 300. Air France flight 1444 left from Paris 43 minutes ago. That's a nominal flight duration. It's the Fahazar Foxtrot Hotel Zulu Uniform Romeo. 2 years old, first flight November 2022. And the Loire, the Emirates A380 will be coming in the AC Milan special livery, in fact. It is late though, so it's going to runway 36 right later. We should be able to see it from over here. It is the geared turbofan engine whistle. Same that you usually hear when an E2 Embraer 195 passes by. Since we have to wait a few moments before the next airplane is actually going to be visible, let's have a quick look and see what we can expect. So, looking on flight radar, we can see that Jesus is now going to Paris. Or no, it returned to London Gatwick from Paris. It's about to land on London Gatwick. Now flying in Romanian airspace, going towards Bucharest, is the Emirates Flight 147, the A380 in the AC Milan special livery. It's ETA now 1:15. By then, 2 runways are open for arrivals, and that means it's going to go to the wrong runway more than likely. You never know for sure until the runway has been assigned, but it's more likely than not going to runway 36 right. Probably won't be around for this. Atlas Air arriving at 2:05. It's strange times. We were used to seeing a lot of 747s, particularly during weekend days, but now not so much anymore. Temperature has climbed to 17 degrees, that's roughly 54 Fahrenheit. The wind is now a little bit to the south, but still more or less headwind for the airplanes that are landing here. 4 knots of wind, not a lot. KVK, it's beautiful sunny weather all throughout the morning already. Yeah, and runway use, let's also have a quick look at it. We're standing over here, and these 2 runways are going to be used for arrivals today. These 2 are going to be used for departures today. We're standing here. Right now we have converging arrivals from 11:40 until 1 o'clock. These 2 runways are going to stay open, and just this runway will be open for arrivals. Let me quickly paste the METAR in the ticker, and then it is time to go back to the camera and focus on the next airplane coming in, which, if I recall correctly, should be an A321neo coming in from London. Yeah, KLM Flight 1002. And Adrian thought it was me whistling. No, it is the airplane. It is the E2 Embraer, or the A220 as it was just now. I usually try to mimic it, but if I don't whistle, you can still hear a very typical sound. This is KLM Flight 1002. It's arriving from London Heathrow, 37 minutes on the way. It's one of KLM's A321neos, and it is FAX C. That's the Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Charlie. First flight was in November last year. Means it's still brand new according to flight radar. And when are we going to... Oh, the next airplane is already in the background turning in. Nice to see. And that's a Delta A330, flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you're an infrequent visitor of the channel and you're wondering, is that guy having a cold? Yes, I'm still battling the remnants of a cold infection that began a week and a day ago. Almost cleared. Still an occasional itch in my throat. Otherwise, all good. Lisa. Lisa, whistling at planes again? The moment I turn my back. Yeah. Shouldn't have gone to Belgium for Mother's Day. Got the place all to myself, and that means I'm going to whistle at airplanes. Haha. Nobody can stop me now. Twin jet passing overhead. Is that a Lufty narrow body? Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like a Lufty narrow body. Just a little bit north of me. In the meantime, Delta Airlines Flight 162 becoming visible better and better by the moment. It's an A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Martin also back in the chat. Goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who might have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at runway 06, Kaagbaan, primary runway for arrivals. Right now until 11:40 approximately, converging arrivals with runway 36 right also open for arrivals. The Orange Pride already landed 50 or so minutes ago. 45 to 50 minutes ago. We're still waiting for the Emirates A380, which although it will land on the wrong runway, we should be able to see quite well from over here. It's in the AC Milan livery. Oh! It's not Lufthansa, but Aer Lingus. What? That didn't look like an Aer Lingus to me. There you go. I've had too much vodka, I guess. Hey there, Louis. Goedemorgen. Good morning. Aer Lingus A320neo from Düsseldorf to Dublin. There you go. Is that Steven Seagull that is now racing the A330? Interesting. Interesting. Come on. You can do it. You can outfly. Or is that Harry the Heron? There you go. Birds flying more quickly than airplanes. You see it here on AMS Live. I like how the bird dove away and was diving away like it was saying, I've made my point. Case closed. Dennis W, goedemorgen, good morning. Steven, Harry, whoever it is. Now, we will have to wait a few moments for the next arrival to the Kaagbaan. Looks like it is going to be KLM flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas. In the meantime, Chris Coot over here nibbling on something. He's chewing water by the looks of it. Aqueous. Yum yum yum. That's how I like my water. In the meantime, there's an A319 from EasyJet arriving here to runway 36 right, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, and behind it should be a bizjet of sorts. And I'm wondering, can I see it already? The answer is I don't see it just yet. Now I do. Now I do. So a slight twinkle. And it helps if I go back to manual focus and focus set to infinity. Now this would be Spreeflug, an all black Embraer Phenom 300. Have a look on Flight Radar. It looks pretty darn pretty. Arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Spreeflug. Is that German registered? What a beautiful machine, all black. 2 hours and 5 minutes on the way. Embraer Phenom 300, German registered indeed. The Flug gave it away. 7-year-old airplane, first flight somewhere in 2018, month not specified. Robert also back in the chat, good to see ya. Better late than never, mate. No need to no need to be sorry. You're there, that's what matters. Delivio asks if I'm also in crypto. That's a bit of an odd question. But to answer your question, I am not. Spreeflug, Embraer Phenom 300. There you go. All black. And indeed, Maria, liking is a cool free way of helping the channel. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like, subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to help promote the channel's content to new viewers who haven't heard of the channel yet, but who, like you, at some point did click on one of the thumbnails and thought, oh, that's not too bad. That's a pretty cool community to be part of. If you want to help bring in new people like that, folks like you guys are, liking and subscribing is an easy and free way to do so, to promote the channel's content. All black Embraer Phenom 300. Oh, and it's going to make a turn, isn't it? Yeah. It's going to land on runway 04, using the glide slope of 36 right and then banking to the right last minute. Still aren't able to see the touchdown, but we are able to see whenever it happens that they're breaking off the approach to the right. Next airplane to arrive over here is a KLM 777-200ER, arriving from Las Vegas. KLM flight 636. Yoka asks if we are going to see Emirates today. No, Emirates always flies to Amsterdam twice, but not today. Emirates will arrive around a quarter past 1. It's probably going to land on the wrong runway, but it is in the AC Milan livery. We should be able to see it quite well from over here. By that time the sun will be a bit higher and further to the south, so the backlight will not be as bad as in the early morning. This is KLM flight 636, arriving from Las Vegas, 9 hours and 33 minutes on the way. The A380 will be landing around a quarter past 1, and around a quarter past 10 this morning we saw the arrival of the Orange Pride. Amelie, goedemorgen, good morning. Thijs, goedemorgen. De Kurt, good morning. Dutch Aviation Guy, good morning. Navy Jack, good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome back, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a beautiful day over here. Looking to the north, things look like so. Just a few cirrus clouds, a bit more nebulous. Looking further to the north, if you look to the horizon, it looks a bit more whitish. Looking to the west, things look clear. Looking to the east, most of what we can see are Contrail remnants and maybe one or two cirrus clouds. Looking to the south, all is clear except a few airplanes that are producing contrails, but those are dissolving rather quickly. So it's a beautiful day over here. I'm standing here in my t-shirt after having applied sunscreen, of course. Lovely day here. Light breeze. Wind is blowing from the east, sometimes southeast, sometimes northeast. It varies a little today. Indeed, Dennis, weather is great. Glide slope shot with Iberia Express arriving from Madrid in the foreground here on the right, an A320, and a KLM 777-200ER arriving from Toronto in the background, KLM flight 696. First up, Iberia Express. IBS, I always have to think about irritable bowel syndrome whenever I see that on flight radar, IBS. But it's Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, 1 hour 57 minutes on the way. Indeed, Jerome, IBS is shitty. Shitty walk, take your order, please. Hey, Vinny, good to see you again, mate. It's been a while, hasn't it? Hope you've been well. And indeed, Maria, thanks for the reminder. If you are a member, don't forget to head over to the community section if you haven't already. We're electing the 30-second custom emoji. First round already is over. The second round still runs until this Tuesday. 6 out of 24 initial suggestions have made it through round 1 and are now battling it out in round 2. There are 2 3-item polls. The 2 winners of the 2 polls will be decided or will be determined on Tuesday. These 2 will fight it out head-to-head in a 3rd round poll, where you can also once again cast your vote to determine the 30-second custom emoji for our members. This is KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto. Triple 200 the PHBQB, Bravo, Quebec, Papa. That explains why I saw a little web thread. There was a little spider on my camera. Now no more. Hey, Fastro Darshine, back in the chat. Good to see ya. Hey there, Brian and Anne, who are tuning in from New Zealand. Good evening and welcome. Now, let's see, where are the next airplanes? It looks like Play is going to be one of the next airplanes, but it is still in the vicinity of Zandvoort. It is crystal clear, so if I know where I need to look, I think I ought to be able to see the Play A320. Should be in the sky somewhere over there, I think. Yeah, I think I have it. It's a bit further to the left than I thought it was, but yes, there you go, flying over Zandvoort. So now I know where Zandvoort is from this location. It's Play. Play A320neo. The sounds you're hearing are emanating from K4. Bird control Ford Ranger Raptor just now passed by here. They're using the moment to do a runway inspection before the next airplanes to this runway are approaching. Play will be landing here in a few moments. It's now flying downwind. Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Mr. Biker. Hope all is well. For those of you wondering, the Orange Pride already landed around 10 past 10. AC Milan special livery A380 coming this way to Schiphol Airport today. ETA 115 makes it a candidate for runway 36 right, which is the secondary runway open again after having been closed for a few days last week for its yearly maintenance. Now it is runway 0927, the Buitenvelderbaan, that as of yesterday evening 11 p.m. is out of commission for somewhere until September. Same major maintenance as will be happening still during the NATO top next week. Vinny asks what camera I'm using. I am using a Canon XA60. Canon XA60. Now, if you want to zoom in and film, you also need a good stable platform. Don't underestimate that. I have a Sachtler Ace M tripod and tripod head, which is a bit light, but as some of you may have seen recently during a behind the scenes from a different channel, I fixate my tripod with wires and what's the English word for haringen? I fixate my tripod with wires to the ground so that it is a very stable platform, very hefty. You need it if you want to follow on long focal ranges smoothly and stably. Guy wires, yeah, and picks. Right, there you go. Chris Coot, in the meantime, You may have heard him. He is right here. Adrie has to go to relatives later and is signing off. Fijne dag nog, Adrie. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bedankt dat je langs bent gekomen in de chat. Thanks for stopping by in the chat. Stranger says the different channel was obsessed. Yeah, pissed him off real good. Which is good. That's karma. That's what you get if you steal my video descriptions literally. Ask Paul, ask Lance Call. Apparently he doesn't know what plagiarism means. It's also the reason why I have banned said person from entering in my chat, because he was constantly promoting his own channel and content in my live chat. I've seen him do that with Bart as well. Not on my watch. Anyway. Contrails in the sky, and there are two relatively close by one another. The one in the bottom looks like a narrow body. The one over here looks like a wide body. What wide body is that? That is Lufty. Or at least it looks like Lufty, and now I lost it. Because it is moving right to left means I'm following it with my left hand instead of with my right hand, and I was initially zooming in while following the airplane with my right hand, which I'm now using to operate the zoom. Is it Lufty? I'm not sure that it is. Either way, it is time now. Hadi Danny, goedemorgen. Jerome copies plagiarism. Attaboy. Gary Grebe, he says, screw you guys, I'm diving under. Here are the stairs, especially for you. The stairway to heaven, to the Schiphol runway area. Ben is asking if Concorde will be coming. Not today, mate. Not today. Not that I know, at least. If it does... I will have to stick around. Howdy Erik Jan Tax in Dutch says, coincidentally discovered your channel this week. Lovely to see such a professional and beautiful stream. Audio is good. The footage is top notch and qualitatively high standing content. Keep it up. Thank you so much for your kind words, Erik Jan. I'm doing the best I can. Glad to see it is being appreciated. If you will follow the channel a bit longer, you will see. If you haven't discovered it already, you will know that you will learn that I am somewhat of a perfectionist. Trying to do the best I can. Glad that you are enjoying. Thanks for the kind words, Erik Jan. Robert, goedemorgen. Stranger says you can pretend that JetBlue is Concorde. Well, we could. If it is, oh yeah, it is arriving. It is arriving right next after play. First, it is time to make the chat bleed, ladies and gentlemen members. You know what time it is. We already saw it when it was turning to the downwind leg. This is play flight 460, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. It's an A320neo, flight time 2 hours and 51 minutes. Tango Foxtrot Papa Alpha, 5 years old, first flight April 2020. There you go, make the chat bleed. Hadi Albert, goedemorgen. Aaron, dankjewel, thank you for the kind words. Nice commentary, he says in Dutch. Now, if you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. They can be friendly if they want to. Some are knowledgeable and all can give crazy answers to your questions. So feel free to challenge our audience if you are so inclined. But it isn't mandatory by any means. Yeah, Widebody going to 36 right. 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Delhi in India. And you can see when the buildings are near, the heat wave distortion becomes a bit more severe. It is the KLM 100 years, a livery 5 years outdated. From this side angle you can beautifully see just how that flex curves up the wingtips. I think they're even reaching out above the top of the fuselage, looking from this angle. I think that was the last that we saw of it, so let's quickly turn back. And let's pretend that this is Concorde then, like Stranger suggested. This is Concorde Flight 31 arriving from Boston in Massachusetts. A flight that usually lasts 3 hours, but has taken this slow Concorde more than 6 hours. The fuselage of this Concorde is a bit wider than we are used to. This can seat 6 people next to each other. Bear with me, I have to go. Thank you for joining and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. See you later. Alan indeed says, Eric, you missed out totally, not jobs in the community, lol. Yep, we certainly have a few. But there are not jobs, damn it. Right, somebody was asking about A350s. We haven't seen any from Delta to date, but at least today, I should say. But here we have Corendon World to Fly, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Flight 598, 9 hours and 13 minutes on the way. This is a 2-year-old specimen. First flight was in May 2023, so it turned 2 this month. Aesthetically, I'm not a big fan of Airbuses, but this is the first actual Airbus, a thoroughbred Airbus, not like the A220 that I actually think is aesthetically pleasing. Those curved wingtips should be mandatory from now on all new airplanes. It looks so good, doesn't it? If there's ever an airplane that looks a lot like a predator bird, I think it is the A350 despite its size. Today's Concorde also more quieter than the Concorde was. Absolutely. Ilya, good morning. Elizabeth, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a beautiful cavalcade day here at Schiphol Airport. We're standing next to runway 06, the primary runway for arrivals, with right now a number 175 and a number 190 from KLM coming this way. There is also a 777 from KLM flying base And can we see it? Not yet. Trying to see it, but I cannot see it. Oh wait, it's still over the over the Gulf of Yorkshire. No wonder I wasn't able to see it yet. Erik says the camera is insane. It's a Canon XA60, which has the zoom full frame equivalent of 600 millimeters. That would be up to here. Then I can also go in with additional digital zoom up to 800 times, which I never use. This is 400 times, which already is more than enough. Of course, just magnifying pixels. Back to the top end of optical zoom is over here. And fully zoomed out would be this. So yeah, there were other options from Canon, but this one and the predecessor that I first initially bought, the XA40, both have much longer zoom ratios, which is what you need here in aviation. Using digital zoom in addition to optical zoom with moderation does allow you to see more details than otherwise would have been possible. Teun wonders if he is allowed to ask my age. You are. I'm 42, so I have the answer to life, the universe, and everything if all is well. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Alan, aka Big Al, who just now gifted a membership, and I see that Rise of a Duck was the recipient. Rise of a Duck, welcome to the show and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Don't forget to use those custom emojis and enjoy the membership. Don't forget to say thank you to Alan in this case, but don't forget to thank the gifter of your gifted memberships, generally speaking, if you receive one. Two Grebes over here. Gary Grebe is over there, and his mate is over there. Actually quite a rarity to see both Grebes above the waterline simultaneously for more than a second. That was KLM Flight 912, arriving from Aberdeen. Kermit the Frog is also here. I've heard Kermit last couple of years on many occasions, but never once did I see it. Even though Miss Piggy is not around, there's no reason to be scared and hide from us. Gary is also looking around. Where are you, Kermit? Come out wherever you are. We hear you, but we cannot see you. The frog is chicken. Hey, Jörg is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope it was well. Hope you have been used to the European time zone, that your jet lag is somewhat over. How's the cold doing? Hope it's improving. KLM Flight 1406 here in the foreground, 737-800. And a 777-300 arriving from Vancouver, coming in after that. Hey there, Leon. And Erik Jan wonders how many days in a week am I live. Usually I try to do a stream from Thursdays through Sundays, weather permitting. Sometimes I switch up the roster. Mondays there's also a day where I could stream, but I only choose to do so if I'm unable to do 4 days on the other days of the week. Usually I strive for Thursdays through Sundays. Leon asks how to set up the Canon camera for live streaming like this. Well, there are multiple ways to do that. I, for one, have my laptop out here, so I use the HDMI cable to forward the audio and video feed to my switcher. I have an ATEM mini switcher, and from there it goes into my laptop, and from there it is sent to YouTube via a wireless modem that I have with me. But there are other options, more compact options. I like this, it is very reliable. Although the switcher is a bottleneck if I ever wanted to upgrade to 4K streaming, because it is limited to 50 frames per second 1080p. Now also my camera only does 4K at 30 frames per second, and I film at 50, which is what I think is necessary to get the pans buttery smooth. But this setup works treat for 1080p, 50 frames per second. That was KLM flight 682, 777-300 having arrived from Vancouver in Canada. Happy to hear that things are getting better slowly but surely, Jörg. And also back adjusted to German time zone instead of Thai. Well, I was surprised that it was only five hours, did you say, if I recall correctly? 5 hours of time zone difference between Thailand and Europe. I thought it was more, but I think Japan, for instance, is 9 hours, if I recall correctly. 8 or 9 hours. Albert asks if I also do Schiphol at night. I haven't yet. I've contemplated it. Tried some twilight streams earlier when I only just now only was starting out. Since then I've got to know my camera way better, and I think I ought to be able to film during twilight and nighttime rather easily. I haven't gotten around to doing it. I have contemplated it. Not sure. I might have to do some scouting first to see what the lighting looks like at Schiphol Airport in the dark. Only 10 hours of time difference between New Zealand and Schiphol and Amsterdam. That could go back to 12 come our winter, your summer. It's interesting how it doesn't change from 1 hour, but it changes 2 hours. Now it is 10, and in a few months from now it should be back to 12 probably. I'm not carrying any power banks with me, Leon. I just have one. I have a power station that is able to to supply power to everything I have with me for 8 hours. Has AC outlets, several USB ports. That can power everything I have with me for 8 hours approximately. Luckily my setup is not as elaborate yet as Kevin's from airline videos. Otherwise I would have to resort to getting more cargo with me. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Persenchester, KLM flight 1030. Alrighty, so let's see what else is in the pipeline. It is 11:36 now, and there are still airplanes going to the center runway. Think KLM flight 1774 arrival from Berlin looks to be going to 36 right. The Chinese triple now flying just east of Lelystad. Has that been assigned to the Kaagbaan already? I would hope it is, but I'm not sure that it is. If anybody can have a look and see what will be the first airplane that is now approaching from the east, that will be landing here on Kaagbaan again. And that's another E2 Embraer 195. You don't even have to look at the screen. You can already hear by the whistle it has to be an A220 or an E2 Embraer. Andy Q, good morning mate. Welcome back. Tuning in from Sunny Hall in the UK. What was I thinking the other day? Thinking that you were from Australia. That's what you get if you don't drink enough vodka. Speaking of which, that is exactly what I'm going to do right now. Beautiful KVK weather. And we should celebrate with a sip of vodka. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at runway 06, the Kaagbaan, as it's colloquially called. Primary runway for arrivals. Right now, converging arrivals still in progress. The secondary runway, runway 36 right, still open, but for how much longer remains to be seen. It does look like the Transavia arrival from Preveza is also going that way. Hadi Martien, goedemorgen. And MO says, keep repeating it. Calling Manchester Personchester is weird because if it's done out of support of equality, the man bit is actually derived from the female form hill, mount, so breast. MO, you need to lighten up a little bit. If you don't have a sense of humor, maybe this channel is not for you because it's just a joke about wokeness. And if you don't understand that, then maybe this channel is not for you. Just like how when I say Austin, Houston, that's also something that seems to agitate some of you who don't seem to be having a sense of humor. If you don't understand, then maybe this channel is not for you. Harry the Heron has arrived. And is the Chinese 777 arriving from Chongqing now flying over Almere coming to this runway, or is it still going to go to the wrong runway? In the meantime, I see that Dennis has arrived in the Aurora Skylines once again. Thanks for renewing your vote of confidence, mate. We kept your seat warm. United also. Let's not forget United. Yeah, if you're new to the channel, a sense of humor is somewhat of a prerequisite to be enjoying the streams over here. If you take things too literal, this place might not be for you. And that's perfectly fine. We can't all be the same. Chinese is going to the Kaagbaan. Thanks for looking that up, Maria. That's good news. MO was afraid of me actually being woke. No, it is a joke on being woke, of course. It was first coined by our frequent visitor Frank, who also coined the term Britty Hopper for Eastern Airways. Many of our viewers have a sense of humor and are making light of certain situations. Not everybody always understands. Sometimes I try to elaborate and explain that I know it's ER and not and that it's Houston and not Houston, and Austin instead of Austin. Right, anyway, enough about that. We are expecting another E2 Embraers. That's the third consecutive one. That's KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham, and after that an EasyJet A319. And how many more airplanes are going to the runway? 2? Are these the final 2? We also need to find another name for Hamburg. Ham, of course. Eating meat. Yuck. Andy says I only come for the laughs and a funny accent. Captain Jerry has no humor, says the man who is often the wittiest in the chat. Jeremy, good to see ya. Korean characters, good to see ya. Tuning in from the Seoul again. Gary in Amsterdam is also back. Gary was confusing Duns the other day. Gary in Amsterdam, but was tuning in from Noordwijk. That is where Gary, who lives in Amsterdam, works when he isn't living in Amsterdam. Quad engine, and that looks like an A380 from Emirates, if I had to guess, but it's still pretty far away. It's coming this way. Is that coming in from Persenchester? That can be, can it? I think it is. In the meantime, in the foreground, we have an EasyJet A319 arriving from Bristol. A Bristol hopper. Not a Britty hopper, but a Bristol hopper. Nah, that doesn't sound that well. I'll leave it up to Frank to think of something new. Persenchester to Dubai. So there you go. It was from Persenchester after all. Yep, it's Emirates. Emirates Persenchester to Dubai. Quite lovely to see. Sizable contrail. And the Chinese triple also now flying downwind. There it is. That's the Chinese triple arriving from Chongqing in China. Landing on this runway pretty soon. First up, KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff, Embraer 190. And after that, we are going to see an EasyJet that might give you the cramps if you are gluten intolerant. Also pushback of, I think that's Qatar, a 777. Yeah, Qatar 777 has been pushed back, and looks like the Transavia arriving from Preveza is the last airplane to 36 right. That means converging arrivals are now almost over, and it's back to just the runway we are standing next to for arrivals until 1 o'clock. Peter K is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Gary says that my best friend who was born in Manchester loved that joke, the Person-Chester joke. There you go. People in Person-Chester also have a sense of humor. We've got that established now. Drone shots, Antoine says Emirates. Yeah, it's still flying over there. It's going closer to the sun. And that means only the contrails are visible now. No more details. Let us quickly go back to what is next to approach. This is EasyJet flight 22515. And if you are Luton intolerant, look away. This might give you the cramps. It's an A319 arriving from Celiac City, aka London Luton. Flight time 42 minutes. Not Jesus, but Gesdel. GEZDL. 16-year-old airplane, first flight June 2008. Dutch Flight Simmer reporting that the A380 that we filmed just now was also inside from Rotterdam. So there you go. I was surprised by how far away you can look to contrails if the sky is clear. Me and Lisa were looking out of our attic window, overlooking to the west a couple of weeks ago, and you could see contrails towards the horizon that, when I looked on flight radar, I established had to be above England. East England already. Actually able to see all the way up to the sky above Norwich from the west coast. KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX, next to arrive here. 787-10 Dreamliner, and the Chinese triple is behind it. There you go. 2 narrow bodies on the glide slope. And also a quick breather for me, going back to the computer to massively thank Andy Q, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Andy, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Warm welcome to the Aurora Skylounge new members. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you to Andy for your gifted membership. Don't forget to vote for the custom emoji election in the community section if you have an opinion about which would be your favorite pick to become the 30-second custom emoji. And you can also vote in the last and third round next week, when the round 2 winners will be decided on Tuesday. Andy, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Skylounge new members. KLM flight 604 now touching down, arriving from LAX. The PH BKM Bravo Kilo Mike. Qatar 777 has been pushed back. Should be coming this way at some point to traverse the runway. Second A300 is also coming, the DHL from London Luton, was it? Or yeah. So another airplane that you need to look away from if you're Luton intolerant, but it is coming. There it is, and that's the airplane that is behind it. So interesting how those glide slope shots form. According to flight radar, it's now flying away from the glide slope, but it is actually coming this way. China Southern Cargo, flight 2579, arriving from Chongqing in China. 10 hours and 14 minutes on the way. 777 freighter, 15-year-old airplane. First flight October 2009. And Jerome, thank you so much for your super chat. Jerry Donnelly says, my rhubarb pie tastes so good. Have you made rhubarb pie? Mate, I still am scouring the supermarkets to find any rhubarb. I only found it at Lidl a week ago and I thought it was a bit expensive, so I let it be, but I'm starting to get an appetite for rhubarb as well. Rhubarb compote with fresh strawberries, low calorie, excellent refreshing side dish. Now I need to ask if the reversers were used. They were. And that's another airplane that's going to keep the airplane on the north, the sole airplane now on the north side of the cargo apron company. Chinese triples usually park on the north side. Emirates Sky Cargo does too. Qatar Cargo on the south side. DHL too. And the 747s also. Howdy Marcel, goedemiddag. Jane, good afternoon. No, it's still morning here. And Thanya Watt Personal says, my gluten tolerance increases every time you say that, mate. Plus, I've heard they've gotten an airport rail link now. Well, exposure therapy is what gets an intolerance, which is what allergists use to alleviate any allergies or sensitivities. So your gluten tolerance should increase gradually each time we are exposed to anything arriving from Luton, such as this DHL A300-600. 41 minutes on the way. Ooh, Clemencia says rhubarb compote with apple on a brown sandwich. Brown bread. Slice of brown bread. That also sounds very tasty. I usually have it just with strawberries, fresh strawberries as a side dish next to my dinner. And now I have gotten rid of my chat window. Let me first get that back. Of course I didn't copy the URL, so I have to go back into my notes, copy the URL from the live chat from there, copy, close, open up the browser, paste, go, top chat, set to live chat, zoom in a little bit, scroll to the bottom, re-enable split screen, there we go. There we go. Turn my phone, another quarter turn, and we should be good again. Aphrodite also back in the chat. Good to see you, Aphrodite. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Here we have one of two remaining airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. The other airplane is a 737-900, and then there is this Embraer 190, returning from London City, flight 984. And after this, time for Transavias. Two Transavias, one from Barcelona, a 737, and an A321neo arriving from Olbia behind it. For a moment I thought we were going to see a Contrail collision, but that's not going to happen. The wind seems to have picked up a little bit, and it's been a while since we last did an update of the METAR, so let's do that quickly, have a look and see what has changed. Probably not much. Temperature maybe 1 or 2 degrees higher. Last time we checked 17 degrees C. Let's see what it has become. It's 19 degrees C now. Wind is now blowing directly from the east. That means crosswind from the right for the airplanes that are landing on runway 06. But there's a wide spread in variation of their wind direction. Wind speed is very low, 5 knots. Nice and cool, refreshing breeze. It is still CAV OK. The air pressure is 1021 hectopascals. Relatively high pressure. Let me quickly go back to the camera. First film the arrival of Transavia, arriving from Barcelona. It used to be that Transavia's fleet was 737s only in the recent years. Now, of course, with the introduction of the A321neo, that has changed. One of the specimens in their fleet is now coming this way. The last letter of the registration will tell you if it is one of their own or if it is a rental. If the last letter is one of the first letters of the alphabet, then it is one of their own. If it is one of the last letters of the alphabet, then it is a rental. In the meantime, I have copy-pasted the new meter in the ticker. Here we go. And this is Transavia flight 6916, which is arriving from Olbia. And the registration of this airplane is the PHYHB. Last letter, one of the first letters of the alphabet, the B. So this is one of Transavia's own. It's not a rental. Yankee Hotel Bravo. 1 hour 51 minutes on the way to get here. Brand new airplane. First flight was in June 2024. David, good morning. Duns, good morning. Stacy, good morning. Or to you, good evening. Hadi Roy and all others. Looks like my chat window is a bit zoomed in, so let me see if I can carefully zoom out a little bit without opening a pop-up or anything. Still not working. God damn it. Extremely annoying. Okay, no, shit, that still has a pop-up. That live chat window once again is acting up. Oh, why is my phone now all of a sudden? Copy. Okay, I think it is. Yeah. First it was zoomed in too much. Now I have it properly set. No more scrolling laterally on my phone in the chat window, and all should be good again. This is KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City. It's a 777-300 9 hours 57 minutes on the way. PHBVI is the registration. It is 12 years old. Flap surfaces once again spotlessly clean. On this specimen they are. Not all of them. recently. Right, time for Embraer 190s. 2 of them to be precise. One of them over there, the other over there. Both are flying on behalf of KLM. Britty Hopper arriving from Teesside or Darlington. And the other one is number 190, also a Britty Hopper arriving from Leeds. First airplane coming in, flying on behalf of KLM, KLM Flight 962, arriving from Teesside or Darlington. It is a Britty Hopper, 51 minutes underway. 11 years old, first flight January 2014. Right, that was the infamous Loch Ness elephant that is navigating around Schiphol Airport but has never been sighted in real life. Let's see, Britty Hopper arriving from Teesside or Darlington. And after the 2 Embraer 190s, this one and the next, we are going to see Delta Airlines Flight 144. Back to a widebody A330-300 arriving from Seattle, Washington. The wind has begun to pick up a little bit. It doesn't feel like a 4 or 5 knot breeze anymore at times. Right now it does feel a bit more breezy than that. Good morning, Netherlands Aviation Force. And Thania asks, I heard KLM Marketing has crowned a Schiphol Airport King. Is that true? I haven't heard of that, so whether or not that is true, I don't know. A Schiphol Tsar or something? Haven't heard of it. I'm curious to learn what it means. What it could mean. Wind is definitely picking up. It makes following airplanes a bit more challenging. I'm wondering if maybe I should resort to enabling image stabilizer. Right now, I've gone without so far. I think for the most part it is still doable. Ewald, good to see ya. Welcome. And welcome to the show. All others who have joined in the meantime, you're watching Amos Live. And we're situated here right next to runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Primary runway for arrivals today. Now the only runway for arrivals until 1 o'clock approximately. If you join us only later, you might have missed the landing of the KLM Orange Pride on this runway, which happened around 10 past 10, a quarter past 10. We are still in awaitances of the Emirates A380. Its ETA is past 1 o'clock, so it's probably going to land on the wrong runway, and that is runway 36 right, which means we should be able to see it quite well from over here, but just not up close. I'm also not going to be able to see the touchdown. It is interesting because it is the AC Milan special livery that is arriving now. This is Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. 8 hours and 45 minutes underway. The airplane 18 years old, first flight April 2007. Registration is November 817 November Whiskey. Kermit the Frog also says hi. Hey, Michael also back in the chat. And now a green member. Nice, mate. There was a CRJ from Lufty earlier in the chat. Obviously, you missed it. Hey, and Maria says that we have 500 plus likes. Thank you all so much for that. Liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to help promote the channel and its content to new viewers like yourselves who are into live streams like these but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Most of you at some point will also have come across a thumbnail of the channel and thought, let's click on it and see what it is. And then you guys learned, hey, it's not too bad here, and you stuck around. That's the way to get in new awesome viewers. Liking and subscribing is a very easy and free way to do so. This is KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. It's a 737-800. Flight time 1 hour and 18 minutes. The PHBCA. Bravo Charlie Alpha. 14 years old. First flight November 2010. Oh dear guys. Jörg and David. Jörg and David. Guys, thank you so much. First of all, Jörg, aka JD, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships, probably as to celebrate that we crossed the 500 likes. Thank you so much all for the likes. Thank you in particular, Jörg or JD, for your 5 gifted memberships. If you are one of the recipients of Jörg's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you, and don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. That also goes for the 10 new members that received a membership gifted by David Tesniak just now. Don't forget to say thank you to David as well. David, thank you so much for your very extremely generous donation there. Welcome to the Skyline's new members, David and Jörg. Thank you both so much. Alan is leaving. He says catch you later, legend and crew. Thanks for stopping by there. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Hope to see you again tomorrow, maybe. Going back to bed so I can piss off my dreams. That is commitment. That is commitment. Well, Alan, we'll see you when we see you, undoubtedly. The next airplanes are a bit further away. Further away than this airplane that is producing a Contrail not too far away from me. So let's have a look and see what we can make of it. I would have to, if I had to guess, I would say it's a 777, but other than that, is that Lufty? Is that Lufty old livery? Nah, doesn't look like it, does it? The elevator is blocking the tail and makes it a bit hard for me to see what is on it. No, I have no idea. It looks like a triple, but I'm not sure that it is. Okay, now let's see. Tails red. Jane says it's Austrian. Peter K confirming Austrian to New York. There you go. Well, yours truly is not in a cockpit of an airplane flying for his profession because he is color vision deficient. So I didn't see it as red that clearly. Maybe if I watch it on a screen at home, a bigger screen later. Wasn't very apparent to me. Chris Coot is still over here, nibbling chewing some water, presumably. Somewhere over there should be our next airplane, a KLM A330-300 arriving from Bonaire. Yeah, it should be over there somewhere. Probably still behind the tree and whatever the shed is. There's also traffic that seems to be flying further to the south. Too far away to see. BizJet and an Embraer 190 arriving from Stuttgart. There's also a Contrail over there. Bit more faint. Probably a narrow body, but at least the angle is a bit better. Is that TAP Air Portugal? If I had to guess, I would say because of the stripe or whatever it is at the beginning of the fuselage, that is TAP Air Portugal. Bird incoming. That's not stopping here in the vicinity. So I'm not sure which of the two airplanes arrived here first. I think it is the one in the foreground. Its hatch is already closed, so I'm thinking it should be going again pretty soon. Norwegian, Bergen to Alicante. There you go. Right, Mark says, just a few more moments watching the stream before football. Good luck today. Thank you so much, Mark, and enjoy the football later as well. Hans is back. Michael DCA is also back. Welcome, guys. Hope all is well. Now, with the wind, I'm actually starting to get a little bit of cool arms, so I'm going to put my vest back on, and also that means I have to reposition my DJI mic transmitter. Let's see if we can do that. Hopefully. There we go. Right, I've got the vest on now with my zipper closed. Now I need to reposition the DJI mic on the outside with the magnet so that it's always in line with the computer. That should be in order now. If my voiceover is still working as it did before, I am now a bit more warmly dressed with a vest on. There was a croak from a frog on the mic. Well, as long as the frog is now no longer here, I'm a happy camper. Here we have KLM flight 767. It is arriving from Bonaire. 9 hours and 7 minutes on the way. A330-300. It's the Fakka, PH, aka, as in how's your mother, Fakka? This airplane is 13 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in February of the year 2012. The Fakka is returning from Bonaire. What a nice airplane. Buttery landing, as these A330s often do. Hardly ever do you see A330s slamming into the ground. They usually are very collected and calm when they land. Let's see. Thanya asks, is it customary for airlines to also fly the EU flag on their liveries? That's a good question. Don't see that very often. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That's a good question. It's not something that they display very publicly if they do. This is KLM flight 1830 arriving from Stuttgart. Overshooting the glide slope a little. Could be that ATC was a little late in giving them the last minute vectors. And there is a BizJet now approaching 36 right, which is probably going to break away last minute. I'm trying to see if I can spot it, but thus far I'm not. Already should be very close by. Where on earth is that airplane? Nah. Flight radar says it's there, but I'm not seeing it. Completely under the radar. Kevin is tuning in from Lakeland, Florida. Good morning. And welcome to the channel, Kevin. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat if you're new to the channel or if you're not new. It's always nice to say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. I used to say all of them are friendly and many of them are knowledgeable, but they can be friendly. They can give you good answers. They can also give you straight up strange answers. If you have any questions, feel free to ask and see what answers you get. In the meantime, another beautiful 3-airplane glide slope shot is forming here with an Embraer 190 here in the foreground, arriving from Stuttgart, and 2 widebodies behind it. In the middle, Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And after that, the furthest to the left and lowest is KLM flight 744, and that's a 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru. Aphrodite has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Aphrodite. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you again in another one. Dennis asks where the A380 is going to land. It's going to land on the Aalsmeerbaan. Almost certainly. I'm 99.9% certain of it. Landing after 1 o'clock. By then, 36 right will have opened. Barring any unusual ATC decisions, it should land on 36 right. Well, Dennis, look at the ETA and you can see it is past 1 o'clock, and not just by a few seconds or something, but with a margin. Between 1 and 2 o'clock, 9 out of 10 days, there are 2 runways open for arrivals. On days like today, with the wind blowing like it is today, 36 right is the secondary runway to open up. And when those 2 runways are both simultaneously open, usually airplanes arriving from the east will go to 36 right, and everything coming in from the west will go to 06. So by reasoning logically, you can deduce that it is almost certain that the A380 is going to land on the Aalsmeerbaan. My assurance is questionable. There's still that 0.01%. You're right, you're right. Yeah. Then again, nothing in life is ever certain, is it? That's why there are insurances to assure us or to hedge us against uncertainties. Finnair A350 and Delta over here. The Finnair A350 to bloody Helsinki. And over here, Delta Airlines returning from Minnesota, Minneapolis. The mic is still pointing in the direction of the airplane, so you can still hear its reversers being applied here. Now we're getting to the nitty gritty. 1,000,000 to 1 chances happen 9 times out of 10. Sounding sure is 90% of the game. Bring it on. Lies, damn lies, and then there are statistics, right? KLM flight 744 is arriving from Lima in Peru. Peru is in Latin America, and you know what other country lies there, right? You're goddamn right. This is a 777-300ER. It is now underway for 11 hours and 41 minutes. The PHBVC Bravo Victor Charlie. 15-year-old airplane. First flight May 2009. Flap surfaces, once again, very clean and tidy. Happy to see that not everything is going sour with KLM. Some of their airplanes definitely not as clean in the flap surface department, if you can call it that. Right, that was it for all those boring wide bodies. Now it is time for narrow bodies after narrow bodies after narrow bodies after narrow bodies. I know these are your favorites. Albert, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Johnny is tuning in from the Philippines. Good evening. Next airplane approaching is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. The airplane that you see in the background is the third airplane to arrive, 737 arriving from Milan, and number 2 is turning in and should be approaching from the left. Transavia flight 5312 arriving from Corfu. Which I wonder where... Ah, there it is. Which I wonder where we are going to see it appear. I knew it was going to be a bit lower. There it is. The formation of a 3-airplane glide slope shot. Greetings, Dominic, who is tuning in from Hamhung. Another viewer tuning in from Korea. Awesome. Lovely to see that people in Asia are also finding their way to the channel. Already some people tuning in from Japan. Now also South Korea. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat if you're new to the channel or if you're not very well versed in English. That's okay. It's a friendly community here. Crazy, friendly. E2 Embraer 195. KLM flight 1354 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. The PH NXS November X-Ray Sierra. 5-year-old airplane, first flight July 2023. Your your dad sounds like a very wise man, Gary. Gary says, my dad used to say there are no stupid questions, just stupid people. My God, are there a lot of stupid people. Got that right. Then again, makes the world a more interesting place, doesn't it? People never seem to surprise you, never seems to stop surprising you. Transavia in one of their A321neos is coming in next. It's coming in from Corfu with KLM flight 1614. Behind it a 737-700 and lot behind it. At Schiphol always a lot to see. Pretty soon another one. Did you guys pay attention to the registration? YHY. Last letter, one of the last letters from the alphabet. So this is a rental. Right, let's see. We have 3 airplanes. 3 narrow bodies and then 2 wide bodies. Delta Airlines flight 136 is approaching, now in the vicinity of Noordwijk. A330-300 arriving from Detroit, and then an Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. Right. Another seemingly big 2-engined airplane is coming this way. Or at least the Contrail it is producing seems to indicate a somewhat bigger engine size if you compare it with the Contrail that has just now crossed it. Should be passing by in a few moments, allowing us to have a better look at it. Now, in the meantime, it is 12:30 and the Emirates A380 is expected to land here at Schiphol Airport in about 45 minutes from now. That will be at a moment in time where runway 36 right will be open again for arrivals. So we are going to see it go to the wrong runway, unfortunately. It is the AC Milan special livery. We should be able to catch a glimpse of it before it vanishes behind the logistics buildings. Here we have lot. At Schiphol there's always a lot to see. Earlier in the stream, there was also a beautiful Tarom in retro livery. Next to the Orange Pride, 2 special liveries that you could see here. Johnny asks if I've seen any near misses lately. I haven't. Can't recall that I ever saw one to begin with. Luckily. Don't want near misses to happen very frequently. Luftinu. What is it that it says on the tin? seen that before recently. There's Harry the Heron. Harry the Heron. And over here, Shamrock. Aer Lingus flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Ah, yeah. Now I see how I would confuse Aer Lingus for Lufti with that airplane passing overhead earlier. Let's quickly turn back. We have a Delta A330 coming this way. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours and 27 minutes on our way. November 803 November Whiskey is the registration of this airplane. "21 years old, first flight August 2003, ladies and gentlemen. Nomad the Red is tuning in from Astana in Kazakhstan. Nice of you to say hi, mate. We see Air Astana flying to Astana and to Atirau, I think, as well. Or no, Atirau is, I think, where the 747s are going to, isn't it? Ari asks, you bring your dog too? I don't have a dog, mate. Where do you get that idea from? Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla. Next to arrive here. 777 freighter, flight 9914. Hey, Miss Wolves also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. 8 hours and 14 minutes on the way, the 777 freighter, registration Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Victor. Brand new airplane, first flight July 2024. Right, that was the elephant in the room, once again. And here we have Emirates Sky Cargo. You'll hear the same sound when it passes by as you will when a 300 or a 200 long range passes by. Love that sound. Also the ribbon tail, the new iteration of the standard livery that our members already have access to for a while. Hadi Dion, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, all others who might have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing at runway 06, the Kaagbaan, primary runway for arrivals. Secondary runway today is runway 36 right, and from 1 till 2 converging arrivals will once again resume. In the meantime, overhead, a twin jet just now passed by in my near zenith. This is as high as I can get my camera on my tripod. And now, finally, I can zoom in and see a bit more detail. relatively narrow wings. I would say that that is an A321 or something. And this does seem to be lufty. There's another twin jet coming on the same route as this one was. We're also seeing another airplane coming this way. So let's first film it and then let's see if we can spot some more contrails. Lufthansa going to Iceland, there you go. This is KLM flight 1502, 737-800, arriving from Madrid. The wind definitely picking up a little bit if you look to the scale of flag. Let's also see if we can do an update of the METAR after this landing. Right, 2 Chinese triples. We saw them both arrive here during the stream. One already has their hatch closed, so I think that the former is going to leave soonest. Last time I checked the METAR, it was 19 degrees C and we had 5 knots of wind from the north-northeast. A refresh now tells us that the wind has indeed increased to 8 knots. Now once again from the east, wind is variable and all over the place today. Means a little bit of headwind and crosswind from the right for the airplanes landing on this runway. It's still CAV okay, means that the ceiling and visibility are okay. 19 degrees Celsius, that's almost 70 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to paste the METAR in the ticker and then it's back to the camera controls. Emirates A380 today is going to land on the wrong runway, runway 36 right, almost certainly, since it will land after 1 o'clock. We are going to see it from over here quite well. Just not up close. It is worthwhile sticking around for because it is going to be the AC Milan special livery, which I don't think I've seen in my streams live yet. Pity that it doesn't come to this runway. Well, we don't know for sure yet, but this is one I would be willing to bet money on. Almost certainly not going to come to the runway we are standing next to. Are we still having CAV okay here? Nimbocumulus, what? And it looks like it might be at lower than 5,000 feet. Or maybe my altitude perception is warped and it is higher than 5,000 feet, but I would say it's no longer CAV okay. We do see that the ducklings are back. We saw them briefly earlier, but Daisy and her 5, I think it were, or were it 6? They've returned. They're closer by now. I'm counting 5. We're still waiting for next traffic. And that's okay. With little ducklings, we have more than enough to keep ourselves entertained with. Assuming that Daisy lets her offspring a bit further away from the side of the canal. Come on, mommy, lead them to the other side. That's where we can see you guys best. Jerry says I passed my urinalysis today. Glad they don't check alcohol or baby formula. Dude. Yeah. Then that's the same Jerry Donnelly that says he doesn't have a sense of humor. How dare you? You sell yourself short. Hopefully the ducklings are following Mama. No, they're not. They're already in puberty. They're already doing what they want. Screw you, mommy. They are now following mama. So yeah, it's 5 of them. Hey there, Lopez RC. Good afternoon. Lovely, isn't it? Yum, 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 yum. Nibble, nibble. Yum, 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 yum. That is just too cute, isn't it? Well, in the meantime, traffic towards the Kaagbaan is approaching. There are 4 airplanes that are now flying in formation coming this way. Transavia A321neo arriving from Lisbon will be first to arrive. Now faintly visible in the background. Air Baltic A220 arriving from Riga is also turning in. Looks to become the second airplane to arrive. Turkish A330-200 arriving from Istanbul also coming this way. And a KLM 737 arriving from Billund behind that. And the triple from Emirates is joining the 2 airplanes now to the north side of the runway. Hey, that's an airplane passing by overhead but not producing a contrail. How dare you pass me by without a contrail? Bit lower. There it is, gotcha. Hainan Airways or Airlines. Is that already descending? No, wait, it's climbing, right? Must have been flying from London or something? Right. One last quick look at Mommy and the ducklings, and then I see the 767 from Iceland Air is also arriving. Hainan from Brussels. There you go. That's why it wasn't producing a control yet. It's still climbing out. So Hainan is flying to Brussels, but it isn't to Schiphol. That ought to change. Here is a glide slope formation with, in the bottom and arriving from the right, Iceland Air Flight 500. That's a 767-300. Transavia Flight 5954 here in the foreground. That's an A321neo arriving from Lisbon. And in the middle, Air Baltic arriving from Riga. That's an A220-300, aka Bombardier C Series. And this is Transavia Flight 5954. One of their A321neos. PHYHX. Last letter also, one of the last letters of the alphabet. So this is a rental. 2 hours and 17 minutes on the way. First flight, March 2024. Hey, Jeroen Viergever is back. Good to see you, Jeroen. Goedemiddag. Good afternoon. And welcome to all others who have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's a beautiful sun-abundant day here at Schiphol Airport with wind blowing from the east or northeast or southeast. It varies a little bit. It's KVK. Now, on the scale of flag, things look like this. This is runway 06, primary runway for inbound traffic. Center runway and the Polderbaan are being used for outbound traffic today. We saw the Orange Pride, we saw a beautiful Tarom retro livery. And this is Air Baltic. Emirates will be arriving in the AC Milan special livery. The A380 will arrive in about half an hour from now. This is Air Baltic, flight 621, having arrived from Riga, landing in a few seconds. 1 hour 55 minutes on the way. The YLAAW. Four-year-old airplane, first flight May 2020. And thank you for the kind words, Andy. Loving the show today. Noisy planes and interesting chat. Well, that's all up to you guys to make the chat interesting. Luckily, that often happens. And I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying today's stream, Andy. Hope everybody is. Consider leaving a like and subscribing if you are enjoying the show and you haven't done either of the two already. Brings in more people like yourselves who once clicked on one of the thumbnails and thought, that's not too bad. Maybe I'll stick around and revisit more regularly. It's 767-300 Earth time. This is Iceland Air Flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik. 2 hours and 43 minutes on our way now. This particular airplane is 27 years old. First flight was in October 1997. Keep thinking, is there a light on? But that's just a reflection of the sun in one of the buildings over there on what is called the Zuidas in Dutch. South Axis, literally translated. It is a bit like what Canary Wharf is in London, a conglomeration of banks and law offices on the south side of the ring highway around the city of Amsterdam, the A10. Two contrails, not getting very close to one another, unfortunately. No contrail intimacy. This is Turkish, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul. 2 hours 56 minutes on the way, that's nominal. 3 hours is usually what is the average flight time for Istanbul, Amsterdam. It's an A330-200 already. The TC Yip. That's Juliet India Papa, 17 years old. First flight was in October 2007. Hadi Monique, goedemiddag. Monique is tuning in from sunny Leiden. Not too far to the southwest of here. In fact, the airplanes that are approaching this runway often fly over Leiden. I'm sure that if Monique is checking outdoors, she is seeing the airplanes that are over there. And this one already passed by. Jerry asks in what direction the Wallen are. This is the south side, central of the city. The Wallen is a bit further to the northeast. So over there is the the Rembrandt Tower, which is next to Amstel Station. This is the Rai. So I would say the Wallen are over there somewhere. The red light district of the city of Amsterdam. For those of you who don't know what it is. This is KLM flight 1294 arriving from Billund. 737-900. Oh, that was a last minute wobble. Robert Hilton, good afternoon. H-Man, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody who has joined in the meantime. Right, Ron says that the Orange Pride is now technically in order again and checked and is ready to leave. Thank you for that, mate. Where is it going to go to? What runway will it be leaving from? I'm unable to check, to keep everything in check, so if the Orange Pride is about to enter a runway to take off, do give me a heads up in time, guys. Here we have another one of KLM's A321neos. This one is arriving from Rome, KLM flight 1602. Flight time 1 hour and 54 minutes. This is FAXD, PHAXD. FAXD, one of the recent A321neos. This began flying in December last year. Another A321neo is arriving next. That's TAP Air Portugal, arriving from Lisbon. Two hours 20 minutes on the way to get here. 2-year-old airplane, first flight November 2022. That is a lot of twos. Another airplane is approaching the glide slope over there. Another one already established over there. Let's see, TAP Air Portugal. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. After this A321neo, we are going to see a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen, and after that a KLM arriving from Chester, and that is an E2 Embraer 195. So, full as well. The Emirates A380 is approaching and shouldn't be too far away again. Like I said before, it is probably going to land on the wrong runway. It is entering Dutch airspace right now as we speak, so we should be able to see what runway it has been assigned to shortly. Chances are it's going to be 36 right. Its ETA is now 121, unfortunately. Atlas Air is expected shortly past 2 o'clock. Begs the question, will it land on 36 right or not? Confirmed for Alsmeerbaan, Don says, and the Saudia Dreamliner 2W says, yeah, that was to be expected. Still, we are going to see it quite well from over here. If you have to look at traffic landing on Alsmeerbaan from another runway than Alsmeerbaan, I think this would probably be the best location to be standing. Alright, KLM Embraer 175, arriving from Aberdeen, flight 914. I am curious about that 747 that is also approaching from the east. ETA now 2:01. On paper, on paper, could be a candidate for the Karbaan. Question is, how many more wide bodies are we going to see after the A380 has landed? It usually dies down and it becomes very boring with back-to-back narrow bodies. Then again, it's only 40 more minutes after the A380 has landed, so might be worthwhile sticking around for them. What do you guys think? Spotting the elephant, the alleged elephant. Wait, let's do that again, but then with the audio on. As I was hunting for the alleged elephant, there was an E2 Embraer 195 that just now landed here. As the camera was pointing to the ducklings. And I see that we have crossed 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. It was the trigger for Jörg, aka JD, to just now go ahead and just now gift 5 memberships. English is failing. Thank you so much, Jörg, for your generosity. 5 new members courtesy of you, and thank you all for the 600 likes. Now, I see that not only Jörg went ahead and started gifting memberships, so too was Jerome. So if you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships of Captain Jerry or Jörg, don't forget to say thank you to either one of the gifter. Don't forget to use those custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. And don't forget to vote if you haven't done so already. That goes for new members and old members. Now also a massive big thank you to Jay for your super chat. Jay writes, great show as always. I am going to bed. Jay, thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you for your super chat. Sleep well, mate. Hope to see you again sometime soon during another live stream. Thanks for joining, Jay, and sleep well. And once again, Jörg and Jerome, thank you both so much for your generosity. Thank you all so much for the 600 likes. If you have enjoyed the stream so far and you haven't already, consider adding to the likes. It helps to bring in new viewers. People like you guys who once clicked on a thumbnail of AMS Live and thought, oh, that's pretty decent. Let's stick around, see if we are going to like it. Liking and subscribing is a good way to do that. I see that there is an airplane passing overhead now. Let's have a quick look at it. Quite clear, as it is almost in my zenith. No need to ask what that is. That is Delta, another Delta A330. It says so on the tin, Delta. Now let's also quickly go back to film what is approaching here. And this should be KLM flight 1818 arriving from Frankfurt. Embraer 175, 46 minutes underway. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight April 2018. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat and added again. I'm not sure if you were already there for a long time, John. I must have missed you. I was looking up and the camera was pointing down and the phone, the camera was pointing up, the phone was pointing down. All of a sudden I see, received a gift membership by John Dutch Canadian, received a membership by John Dutch Canadian. I can only assume that John just now went ahead and let me scroll up. Yeah, mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, John. John Dutch Canadian went ahead just now, gifted no less than 10 gifted memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that. Hope that everybody who receives a gifted membership from a gifter will thank the gifter. Doesn't matter who it was. Don't forget to say thank you. If you are a new member, try out the 32 custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Have fun with them. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. As a member, you can also vote in our community section. We are electing the 30-second custom emoji. Now a temporary placeholder is in place, but one of your suggestions will become the eventual winner. In the meantime, Converging arrivals have begun. Runway 36 right has now officially opened. One of the triples has been pushed back and is leaving again. In the meantime, it is narrow bodies galore to both runways, now open for arrivals. Next up, KLM, flight 1450 arriving from Toulouse. That's number 190. Easy come, easy go. Dion asks, what is the update of the A380? It has been assigned to Alsmeerban, as expected. Oh dear, John once again added another 5 gifted memberships just now. Mate, thank you so much, John. You really didn't have to do that. Another 5 gifted memberships just now, courtesy of John Dutch Canadian. Don't forget to say thank you if you were one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Please enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. John, once again, thank you so much. Unsurpassed generosity here. Thank you so much, and welcome to the Skyline's new members. The airplane that you see turn in is a 777-300ER, that's KLM flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. And over here in the foreground we have a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220, Air France flight 1640, arriving from Paris. "41 minutes of flight time. 3-year-old airplane, first flight December 2021. And I can hear another airplane that just now passed me by overhead. You can already see airplanes having preceded it. That's another Delta A330. Oh, here we go. Says so on the tin. Oh, check this out. It is the shadow of the Contrail. Beautiful to see. Wow. That is really sweet to see. Check this out. It is actually as dark as it shows on the camera. It is actually quite dark and quite contrasty. just like it is here. It's not magnified or amplified because of the camera lens. No, the camera. What's it called again? The sensor. This is what I also saw with my own eyes, just as clearly. Sometimes, such as with astrophotography, the colors that you see on pictures are intensified versus what you see optically with your own eyes, but this was really as contrasty and as shadowy and as dark as the camera made it out to be. In the meantime, we have this 777-300 coming in, and I can't even keep up with the gifted memberships. Jerome went ahead and just now gifted another 5 gifted memberships, and Jörg did the same. Guys, thank you so much. That is really above and beyond. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Whoever gifted your membership, don't forget to say thank you, even if you don't know who the gifter is or was. Don't forget to say thank you. Don't forget to enjoy the custom emojis. Jörg and Jerome, thank you guys, both of you so much. Really generous of you guys. Thank you. And this is the PHBVO, and in Dutch BVO is an abbreviation for biertje voor onderweg, beer for underway. A slight refreshment when you're going to a party, for instance. Have a little something to go along on the ride to your destination, to your party destination. Alright, let's see the Emirates A380. I think I ought to be able to see it if I know where I need to point the camera. It's very clear today, and if I recall correctly... Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I'm starting to learn where I need to look. Now just west of Hilversum, still a decent distance away from over here where the airplane now is. It's half an hour of driving with your car when there are no traffic jams. Here's the Emirates AC Milan special livery, now flying over the body of water almost that are called the Loosdrechtse Plassen, recreational waters where you can also skate on during the winter if it is cold enough and the lake is frozen. Still several minutes away. Let's turn around quickly because we are also seeing traffic here to the Kaagbaan. Papa Hotel, Bravo Golf, Bravo. Another 737. Arriving from Barcelona. Next up is going to be another 737-800, the Red Wine Express, arriving from Bordeaux. Now, once again, I have to go to the computer first. And massively thank John Dutch Canadian. Where is the message to begin with? There it is. 20 just now gifted memberships by John, and that's not the first batch of gifted memberships in this stream by him, let alone the first batch of gifted memberships in any stream to begin with. John, once again, I don't know what to say other than thank you so much. That is truly above and beyond. Now already, we talked about this before. Please don't spend money on AMS Live that you need yourself. You already told me that that is not the case. Hope that's going to stay that way because I don't want anybody to spend money on my channel that needs it themselves. John, thank you so much for your generosity. Once again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. If you are a recipient of a gifted membership, don't forget to thank the donor of your membership, and please enjoy the custom emojis that you have at your disposal. There are several that you can use, for instance, when the Emirates A380 is going to land. Emirates. I'm thinking of Emirates front, the Emirates tail, the A380, quad squad, wrong runway. There are at least 4 that I can think of that you can use when the A380 is going to land pretty soon. Michael just back asked what he missed. CRJs, man, CRJs. Now, just a heap of gifted memberships by Jörg, by John Dutch Canadian, and by Jerome. And we did see the Emirates A380 already. I think I still see it, although now behind trees. Slowly but surely turning in. I thought, yeah, there it is. There it is. It's the AC Milan special livery coming this way. It's going to the wrong runway. Like I said before, I warned for it. Think I'm going to stick around until 2 because there's also a 747 coming this way with an ETA of 201. Crossing my fingers, silently hoping that maybe that 747 will be going to runway 06. This is the Emirates A380 flying on the downwind leg now. No, on the base leg. It's flying base. About to turn final pretty soon. Saudia Dreamliner arriving from Jeddah, preceding it. Now I think we're going to lose it. Yeah. Means we can focus for a few more moments on airplanes landing here on the Kaagbaan. Another E2 Embraer 195. Ryan Rouleau says, wait, I was playing Minecraft and watching planes and suddenly I got a membership. Yeah, that's what can happen here. Welcome to the Sky Lounge, all new members. DHL on the move again, A300, 600. And I'm once again hearing an airplane that is passing by overhead, not too far away. Not sure how much we can see of it because it is very close to the sun still. Another Hainan Airlines Dreamliner, but this time around with a Contrail. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm going to abort this landing and focus on the A380 because it is now visible and we ought to be following it instead, I think. Here is the Saudia Dreamliner, which today is in the new livery. Mighty sweet. But this is of course what we've been waiting for. Emirates flight 147. AC Milan livery. 6 hours 27 minutes underway. I think it's the first time we are seeing the AC Milan livery in one of the streams. Unfortunately, still at a distance. Emirates flight 147, 6 hours and 27 minutes underway. Registration Alpha 6 Echo Oscar Kilo. The airplane is 10 years old. The first flight was in February 2015. There she is. And there you go. Version 2 of Wrong Runway. You can also use Emirates. You can use the ribbon tail. You can use the A380 headshot. Quad Squad is also one that comes to mind. Several custom emojis that you can use. That would be appropriate for this beautiful machine. AC Milan with the ribbon tail. Premiere on the channel, I think. Now there's also a 747 arriving around 2 o'clock, arriving from the east. Since it is already 1:17, I think I'm going to stick around until the 747 has landed. Fingers crossed that will be assigned to the Kaagbaan, runway 06. Would be an appropriate way to end the stream. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. The stream is going to continue until the 747 arriving around 2 o'clock has landed. Big tail. One last look at it before landing. This is where we lose it. And this is where we can pick it up again, unless it, of course, does a go around, which one time did we see from the same vantage point earlier. But not today. The reverse is audible. Vanishing into a sea of heat wave distortion. The tail like a shark fin protruding over the building and the other airplanes. Ooh! What's that in the foreground? Check it out. Okay, from one pretty bird to the next. Awesome. Right. Sebastian says that the Orange Pride is next to leave from Polderbaan. Let me quickly enable the filter for flight radar, and yeah, it's going to Sao Paulo, isn't it? Yeah, Orange Pride to Sao Paulo. Well, let's indulge and have a look at it. Where did the other airplane come from? I think it was over here somewhere. Yeah, there's the other airplane preceding it, so we can extrapolate the course and we'll end up somewhere over there. Right. KLM PH BVA 777 300 Orange Pride to Sao Paulo is now taking off from the Polderbaan. And although we are not optimally located here to see everything in detail, we should be able to see it once it clears the trees and whatnot. We saw it land here earlier, between 10:10 and 10:15 this morning. Rewind if you checked it, if you only joined us later. And there it is, the Orange Pride PHBVA full circle. We saw it land here on the Kaagbaan. Now we can see it leave from Polderbaan. Going to Sao Paulo. So we can expect it again. Is that in the morning hours then? Now, I'm doing arrivals at Kaagbaan today, so my plan was to go back to the Polderbaan tomorrow, which will probably host departures for another day. Switch up the location and the type of traffic that we see. Howdy Ricardo, goedemiddag. Michael has to go. Thank you for joining us, Michael. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Air Transat A321neo arriving from Canada. Goedemiddag Deblom en Turkish Aviation, goedemorgen. Alright, let's see. Air France next to arrive with an Embraer 190. Two more airplanes on the glide slope already. Air France flight 1796 is first to arrive. That's an Embraer 190. And after that we are going to see two KLMs. Flight 1630 arriving from Venice, that's a 737-800. And KLM flight 1920 is the third airplane, that's an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zurich. What else is in the pipeline? KLM flight 938, a 737 arriving from Glasgow, is flying base further south, and I'm wondering, is that something that we can see? The answer is yes. There it is, KLM flight 938, which is going to be the fourth airplane to land here. First off, all this is an Embraer 190 from Air France. Air France up. Air France up and away. Hey there, Audrey. Good afternoon to you too. I, for one, am definitely having a wonderful day, and I hope you are too. Turkish Aviation, this is runway 06, the Kahwan. Primary runway for arrivals. Though there are two runways open now, converging arrivals take place. Runway 36 right is also open. And that's going to stay open for another 35 minutes or so. Bob says it's time for my beauty sleep, and he is about to sign off. Bob, thank you for joining us here today. Sleep well and stay pretty. Hey, John Norris is also back in the chat. You are still coughing and spluttering, LOL. I don't think that's funny. But yeah. If you live in a part of the world where it is sometimes a bit cooler than 30 degrees C, you do sometimes run the risk of getting a cold. Something probably unfamiliar to people living in Perth. And then it usually can take 1 to 2 weeks before it's fully cleared. I imagine cold infections are also something that people living in Arizona almost never experience, where you just have warm and really warm weather. This is KLM flight 938 arriving from Glasgow. No, wait, that's not the right, because that is a 737 and this is an E2 Embraer. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Zurich, KLM flight 1920. Hey, Robin also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Oh. Huh? Is that sound coming from the E2? Wow. Okay. E2s from behind sound. And when they apply the reversers, it's almost like you heard a 777 or something. Interesting. Captain Jerry says, I had bad allergies in Arizona. What kind of allergies? It's all good, John. It's all good. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Streaming in the outdoors where there is also constantly wind and progressively more wind doesn't really help to stabilize the throat. So if you have a little itch, it is sometimes hard to refuse the cough reflex that you might get. Chris Coot, in the meantime, is still over here swimming about, nibbling, chewing on water seemingly. Next airplane arriving from Geneva, KLM flight 1932. That is another Embraer 190. Flight time 1 hour and 3 minutes. The PHEZF, 15 years old, first flight July 2009. Lola Pilot, aka Olaf, is signing off. Thanks for joining, Olaf. Hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Sebastian says that the ETA of the 747 is now 4 minutes to the hour. Uh-oh. Well, they started a bit before 1 o'clock with the reopening of 36 right, didn't they? They did open up the runway a bit before 1 o'clock already, so maybe, just maybe, they are also going to close it a bit before 2 then. If they are, that bodes well. Right, it is time for another wide body. KLM, arriving from Rio de Janeiro. There it is, a 787-10 Dreamliner, 10 hours and 16 minutes underway. KLM flight 706. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. Audrey says, if you're coughing just because your body thinks it needs to cough when there isn't actually anything to cough up, you should try yawning. Tip from my speech therapist. So that requires you to yawn on purpose, which is something I always find a bit hard to do. But I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Now, in my case, there actually is something to be coughing up. As you may or may not have heard earlier in the stream, I often still had to blow my nose. There's still mucus production to keep it nice and tasty here in the chat. There's actually still, it is still a somewhat productive cough, so anyway, you're absolutely right, John. Absolutely right. How could I forget Rio de Janeiro? That is, of course, on the same continent as... He was waiting for it. There you go. Bill J, good to see you, mate. Hope you've been well, mate. Hen Air, good to see you too. Welcome back. Imperium Europeum. welcome to the show. Lovely day indeed. So we're sticking around after the A380 has landed. A lot of people have already signed off. It's always interesting. If I look in my stats, you can always see that there's a peak whenever the A380 approaches, and when it has landed, it immediately drops again. So apparently there are people that maybe go from channel to channel just to see the A380s land everywhere. I always find it very interesting that people come and go just to see the A380. And apparently they know when they land here on Schiphol, or they watch via flight radar. Fascinating. I always find it fascinating. For those of you who stuck around, we're going to stick around until the 747 that has an ETA of, well, now a couple of minutes to 2, until it has landed. This is KLM flight 706, arriving from Rio. And as discussed earlier in the chat, have a look at the wingtips of the Dreamliner. They are going to drop 16 feet. The deflex means that the wingtips dropped 15 feet, 5 meters and a bit. Right. Hey, those are good suggestions, Jane. This is the Netherlands. It lies on planet Earth. You know what one of the continents on planet Earth is? Absolutely right. You also have a continent called Latin America. That's also on the same planet as this land, what you are seeing now on the footage. One of the countries over there is called... Amazing. Amazing. Anyway. Hey there, Terry. Terry is tuning in from Florida. Any special flights today? Well, most of the special flights already happened, unfortunately, Terry. If you wind back and look at the 10 minutes past 10, 15 minutes past 10 this morning, local time, the Orange Pride that just now departed to Sao Paulo landed here on this runway. The Emirates A380 in the AC Milan special livery. It landed on runway 36 right, but we were able to film it from over here, and that happened 20 or so minutes ago. Earlier in the stream, we also saw the retro Tarom 737 with a very cute boop snoot black nose. I'm not sure exactly when that flight arrived. I think it was the Tarom flight arriving from Bucharest, flight 361. And Marcel is tuning in, this time from work. Are you working on a Saturday, mate? Well, I'm standing out here doing what I consider work as well. Work that I like though, don't get me wrong, but... Let's see, is this Air Canada or is this BA? I always find it hard to discern between the two when looking at the bottom of an airplane. It's not Delta because it would have said so if it were. I'm inclined to say it might be BA, but it might also have been Air Canada. So you guys tell me. Hadi Albert, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Right, so let me see. This is Iberia Express, IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, flight 1793. A shitty flight arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 49 minutes away. 22-year-old airplane. What? 22 years old already. First flight June 2002. And it looks like ITA is flying one of their Bombardier C-Series in, and it's being directed to the Kaagbaan, interestingly. So that's going to be the second Bombardier C Series 100 from ITA that we are going to see in this stream. 3 ITA appearances in total then. As it stands, that is. Wherever there is an ITA arriving from Milan in the Netherlands, the one arriving from Rome is never far away. Indeed, Leon. And 12th String asks if the camera location is on Beach Avenue. It certainly is. There's a field of grass right next to it and the runway, and that's where I am standing. Okay, another twin jet overhead, moving away from me to the southwest. Yeah, same here, but it looks like it is a smaller airplane, so I'm inclined to say it might be BA. Right, big picture wise, things looking like this to the north. Now looking to the east, well, northeast, you can see there is a bit more milkiness to the horizon. This is looking to the northeast. This is looking directly to the north, northwest, west. Once again, this is the east, southeast, south, southwest. The wind currently is coming from over there, the way it feels. And Donald is over there. Hey, 747 to Kaagbuin, Paul says. And Ari, that's good news. Awesome. So, in other words, worthwhile sticking around for then. Qatar 777 arriving from Doha, presumably going to the wrong runway, right? Or are we going to see it as well? That would be even more amazing. Right. Egypt Airways over there, A321neo. Now I have the song of the Bangles in my head. Walk like an Egyptian. Away, oh, la 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 la. Yeah, no, I'm going to refrain from singing. I know what I can't do, and singing is one of the things I'm just not good at. In the meantime, ITA Airways is also approaching. Heat waves from the building distorting the view. Okay, after this, one last brief glimpse before we're not going to see it any longer. There it is. And this is about where this is where we are losing it. All right. Now, let's quickly go back. ITA Airways, flight 114. Third ITA of the show. Second Bombardier C Series 100. A220, flight 114, arriving from Milan, flight time 1 hour and 16 minutes. This is a really brand new airplane, first flight April 2025, so check it out, just a month old, and it's Italian registered. It's the India Alpha Delta Victor Hotel. Hadi Jan, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, all others. Dukman is right. Let the stream hoppers come in for the 747. We are going to see it over here. Hey there, Finn. Good afternoon. Finn, we'll be flying to Oman 4:15. That sounds nice. What carrier are you going? Are you flying with? Mara says Qatar to Al Mirman as expected. Now, Finn, I'm not going to stick around until your departure, sadly. Plus, your departure will probably take place from the center runway or the Polderbaan. My plan is to stream until the 747 that is going to land on this runway in a few minutes has landed. And then I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully for departures from the Polderbaan. This is ITA Airways flight 114. Brand new airplane, second A220 from ITA of today's show. What a looker. The angle of the sun makes it already a bit harder to see all the intricate details that are also on the tail and the backside of the fuselage. Earlier, during the first arrival of the first ITAs, and back then they flew back to back, we could see those intricate details quite well actually. I wonder if there is another one arriving from Rome somewhere in the vicinity as well. Zooming out a little bit, I'm not seeing it. There is a Qatar 777 now flying base and turning final, which is going to land on the Alsmeerbaan pretty soon. Our next airplane here is going to be KLM flight 1138. There it is, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. There's another airplane behind it. That would be a BA A320neo arriving from London Heathrow. So this is KLM flight 1138. Arriving from Dublin, Ireland, an hour and 8 minutes on the way. The PHBXA Bravo X-ray Alpha. And this is a true millennial. The first flight of this airplane was in January 1999. I was still in middle school the year before my exams. Quite some loud splashing took place here just now, and I'm wondering, is that a fish or is that a grebe battling it out with a fish? I'm looking around me to see if I can see anybody re-emerge. Right now only Chris Coot is swimming over there. So it might have been a big fish, but I was too late to see anything, so I'm not sure. I think it probably was a fish. In that case, there are sizable fish over here. Maria says, I'm sure we can get to 700 likes before the 747 arrives. Maybe even 750 likes. How many have we right now? 688. Should be doable, shouldn't it? And Audrey, my usual streaming hours are from approximately 9:45 till somewhere between 1 and 2 p.m. Whenever I'm filming departures, it's usually a bit later because there's a period where there's only one runway in use for departures between 1 and 2, and that means it's usually very busy. That usually is until 2 o'clock. Sometimes I end a bit sooner, sometimes a bit later. When I'm filming arrivals, the arrival of the A380 usually means the last airplane for me. Now today there was a 747 coming in, and since the Emirates was late and the 747 was not too far behind, I'm streaming a bit longer than normally I would have done on days that I was filming arrivals. 700 likes already established. Thank you so much. Now I wonder if Maria will be right, will turn out to have been right. She also thinks 750 would be attainable. Now in the meantime, BA over here. Let's also quickly turn back because we have Qatar with a 777-300ER landing right there. Qatar 777-300ER arriving from Doha, flight 273. 6 hours and 13 minutes on the way. Yeah, last glimpse of the Qatar triple. Okay, now let's see. Atlas is in Dutch airspace. And right now we will have to wait a bit before the next airplane to Kachbaan is actually nearby. KLM flight 646, a Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK is coming. And Vueling is also coming. That's flying in the vicinity of The Hague. The Qatar 777 in the meantime rolling out over there. The two triples, the two cargo triples over there on the north side of the platform are still being unloaded. It does give me a moment to quickly go over to the computer and massively thank Jörg once again, who just now went ahead and gifted 5 memberships. Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it and will use those custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month with pleasure. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you please. So feel free to do so. Jörg, once again, thank you so much for your unsurpassed generosity and a warm welcome to all who have received a gifted membership. Now, we are going to have to wait a few more minutes before the traffic to the Kachbaan is actually close by. Norwegian in the meantime is approaching, and after that what is it? Bin Air Swearingen Metroliner turboprop arriving from Münster. Now those are small airplanes and are a bit hard to see. Once again, I'm struggling to find that next airplane. I think it ought to be somewhere over there. I'm really struggling to see it. That's utter nonsense, Jörg. You don't have to catch up anything. Still, much appreciated, you know that. But you really have nothing to catch up with. That's all between your ears. That's not the way I look at it. A Swearingen Metroliner, ladies and gentlemen. Not sure that we ever saw that before in the streams. Bin Air. Arriving from Münster. Flight time 1 hour and 7 minutes for 108 nautical miles, so it's not traveling that quickly. German registered, 30 years old. First flight somewhere in 1995, the month not being specified on flight radar. A Swearingen Metroliner. Sehr schön. Obwohl ein bisschen alt. Und langsam. Yeah, and that's how it is looking in the top end of optical zoom. Not very detailed. Let's quickly zoom in a little bit before it actually becomes very distorted by the heat waves of the buildings here in the foreground. Raven Rock, good to see you again. Aviation Dallas, good to see you, mate. Above us, only sky, good afternoon. Above us, only sky says Metroline, affectionately known by some pilots as the San Antonio sewer pipe. There you go, I learned something new, thank you for that. Didn't know that. Now, it's probably going to do a breakaway landing and land on 04. Yep, I think the right-hand turn is about to commence. Or is it? Yep. Breakaway landing to 04. Which unfortunately is out of outside of our view. Bid Air, and there is another... Oh, there's a CRJ, a Mitsubishi Challenger 850 arriving from Heraklion in Greece. It's a pity that Michael isn't around to see it. I'm sure he would have liked this. It's a sort of CRJ, but a bit smaller. Let's see, this is a Mitsubishi Challenger from AirX, a Challenger 850. Registration is 9 Hotel Juliet Alpha Delta. It is 18 years old. Hailing from the year 2007, month not specified on flight radar. In the meantime, first airplane to Runway 06 is also on the glide slope. Hans' favorite, Vueling, arriving from Malaga pretty soon, an A320. The buildings in the vicinity. You can immediately tell without me zooming out, because the heat wave disturbance instantly worsens. Oh, no breakaway landing for this airplane. It is actually going to land on 18 right. Now, the 747 is also approaching, and I think I ought to be able to see it if I know where I need to look. You know what? I think I'm starting to get the hang of where I need to look when those airplanes are still in what is in Dutch called het Gooi. It's an area southeast of Amsterdam. Well, technically it's no longer in het Gooi, but at least I know where I need to look. Last airplane of the day is announcing itself. It is going to land here on runway 06 though, mind you. The first and only queen of the show, and luckily she will do us the honor of landing on Kaagbaan. In the meantime, Vueling is also approaching, so let's indulge with traffic to 06 for a few more minutes before we're going to see the Queen as our last airplane. Colin, thank you for the kind words. Colin in Dutch says, again, beautiful footage. Greetings from Colin in Apeldoorn. Greetings back, Colin. Hope all is well. Hey, is that Royal Jordanian in the Alio Retro livery? What runway has it been assigned to? Royal Jordanian, probably also coming this way, right? Wow, that's definitely an airplane that I haven't seen before. If Royal Jordanian is coming this way and it's right behind the 747, I am actually going to stick around for it. Ricardo is leaving again. Ricardo, dankjewel. Thank you for joining. Tot morgen. See you tomorrow. En fijne dag nog. Enjoy the rest of your day. Going to Kaag 2, thank you Duns, as expected. So that's probably the SAS. The SAS is probably the last airplane then that is going to land on runway 36 right. In fact, the 747 is now crossing it at a higher altitude. Check it out, what a beaut, isn't it? Amazing, just like how the water on Gary Greeb's feathers was glistening before I even had a chance of setting my focus to auto. I usually film with manual focus and focus set to infinity because 9 out of 10 times that is sufficient. Now Raven Rock, thank you so much for your super chat. Raven Rock says, have a coffee and stroopwafel. I will have to wait with the stroopwafel because I am still dieting. and am expecting to stay on the diet for a few more weeks to come. So I'll rain check on the stroopwafel, but I will have stroopwafels again once I'm done with the diet. So definitely I'm going to indulge at a later stage, Raven Rock. Thank you so much for your generosity. KLM flight 1524 arriving from Bilbao. Oh, and that was a truck that needed to brake suddenly. Not sure if you guys picked that up on the microphone, but in case you did, that was what you were hearing. Boterham pindakaas dan maar vandaag, Dennis says. Well, not even that, mate. You know how much calories are in a tablespoon of peanut butter? 25 grams is a small tablespoon, and that contains 100 calories. I usually eat nut pastes when I'm not on a diet, but that's definitely off limits for me today. A light cheese sandwich, 30 plus cheese. That's what I will be having after this. Yeah. Not even a peanut butter sandwich. Rocky Bilbao. I always think about Bilbao Baggins and Lord of the Rings. Right, Bombardier C-Series 100 from Swiss next. More whistling, this time from Swissy. Or, well, I say Swissy, yeah, this one is actually from Swiss. Arriving from Zurich, A220-100, 1 hour and a minute on the way to get here from Zurich. 8-year-old airplane, first flight December 2016. Registration Hotel Bravo, Juliet Bravo Echo. Hey there, Tom Boss. Good to see you again, mate. Leon asks which runway the 747 will land on. It is going to land on runway 06, so lucky us. We are going to film the 747 up close, just like with this Swiss. Paul is on a seafood diet. He sees food and eats it. Stacy is on the same diet. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. Yeah, no. You have to restrict your calories if you want to lose weight. It is actually calories in versus calories out. But if you do it smartly, then it's actually pretty decently doable. This is KLM flight 646 arriving from New York JFK, 7879 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 36 minutes on the way, the PHBHN. Bravo Hotel, November, 7 years old, first flight January 2018. Watch out for the wingtips and the deflex whenever those spoilers go up. Boom. Today we've learned that that is a lowering of 16 feet. More than 5 meters. Above us, only Sky asks where the pheasant has gone to. That's a good question. Right now there's only one bird that I see from over here, and that is Russell Crowe. Yeah, the pheasant has vanished into thin air. Going to bloody Helsinki perhaps, but no, I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it anymore. Right now, only birds that I'm seeing was Russell just now in the field. And here, Gary Grebe. I think this might be Donald Duck, or is that Daisy? Not exactly sure. Anyway, I'm digressing because the 747 is approaching. And there she is, the gear already out. KLM 737 arriving from Nice, which is nice. But as you guys have gotten used to by now, or at least most of you will, airplanes preceding Quad Squad members don't get much love here on the channel, particularly not if they are narrow bodies. Penultimate airplane of the day, Atlas Air, flight 8153, arriving from Almaty, which I think, if I recall correctly, is in Kazakhstan. 7 hours and 36 minutes on the way. It's the November 416 Mike Charlie. And she's 22 years old already. First flight, May 2002. And after this airplane, a Royal Jordanian special livery, Alia retro livery, an A321. From what I can see, it looks a little bit like Garuda Indonesia's retro livery. First up, the Queen. Cathay Pacific cargo pilots, take notice. This is how you land a 747. Reversers, question mark? Nope. I know which airplane I want my TMU packages to be on next time. Wow. That was a top-notch landing there. Rod already says, thanks for your stream again, boy. You're welcome, mate. Now, don't go away yet. We have a beautiful retro A321 coming in from Royal Jordanian, arriving from Amman. That will be the last airplane for today then. Unless we can still see the Queen Park, which I think we might also be able to. First up, let's have a look at this. This is Royal Jordanian, that we often don't see because I'm often already done with streaming before it arrives, but its standard livery is gorgeous. It has, I think they are E2 Embraer 195s, look like sleek bizjets, absolutely beautiful. I initially thought we were going to see that beautiful livery, but now I'm also not unhappy about this. This is a retro livery, the second retro livery of the show. Tarom was the other one. Have a look at it if you have missed it. It was beautiful as well. Royal Jordanian, flight 151, arriving from Amman. 4 hours, 42 minutes on the way. The airplane is 12 years old. This is the Alia retro livery. What a looker. Gorgeous machine. Again, anybody who is in the direction of KLM, not the direction, in the management, Anybody who is higher up in the hierarchy of KLM, take notice. Hint, hint. We want A321neos and A350s in retro livery. It's also using its traversals, you can hear it. Right. Her Majesty the Queen is slowly but surely going towards her parking. On that bombshell, it is time to end. I am going to wrap it up now. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time out here in the sunshine, and I hope you guys enjoyed the stream as much as I have. If you enjoyed the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you want to help promote the channel and let it grow for free. A massive big thank you to everybody for the donations, the gifted memberships. Those who became a member themselves, for the super chats, the super stickers, the PayPal donations, the merch shop purchases and whatnot. You guys are what makes this channel great. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Lastly, a massive big thank you to the moderators for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe. And until tomorrow, bye for now, guys.